evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of March 11th, 2025. I call the meeting to order at 5:31, and I will ask the clerk for the roll call, please.
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Reeve Emo.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Sobalski.
Present.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we do have quorum, and noting that Councillor Sobalski is online.
Great, thank you. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please ask you to stand for O Canada? Any declaration of interest? I do, again, with that secondary site plan, so I will be leaving the chair, and Reeve Emo will assume the chair. Moving on to presentations, delegations, and we do have two wonderful people here to come and talk to us. I just lost my screen. Anyway, I would like to invite Bruce and Tanya up to the table, please, from the Rotary Club of Renfrew. Welcome and thank you. And just to remind you, it's a 10-minute thing, and then make sure the green light's on, and I'll turn it over to whoever's taking the lead.
Great, that's me. So just a quick introduction. So I'm Tanya, and currently my role with Rotary is a board member. Bruce, who has been a part of Rotary longer than I and have had a couple of jobs there, currently our club secretary and has been a past president. So thank you for the invite tonight, and we will just, we've got a presentation that we'll go through. We thought it would be an opportunity just to talk a little bit about Rotary and what Rotary is. So Rotary is an international organization that brings together communities leaders to provide humanitarian services. We provide services to others, promote integrity, advance world understanding, and our vision is to bring Rotary, bring community-minded people together to exchange ideas and take action, a very sort of grassroots club. Renfrew Rotary, we celebrated our 100th year in 2022. We average about 28 members with the support of 40 friends of Rotary, and 2 of our members have been members for over 50 years. We're an important contributor to the fabric of wonderful community. Our membership is open to everyone. It's a great place to meet people. That's certainly when Chris and I moved to the community, it was one of the first organizations that we were introduced to, and we're happy to join. Rotary started as a male organization, and I'm proud to say that we are par male-female these days. We have a strong female presence. Our current president is female. That being said, our board of directors, our president is Christine Jarrett, and then I am sitting as president-elect. Rory Richards is our treasurer. Doug Ryan, past secretary. Bruce is with us here, secretary. Joan Skibo is one of our directors. Jennifer McGrath and John Wilson. And we have the opportunity to meet in person, but we also meet via Zoom.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So, as with any service organization, fundraising is absolutely critical, and we are pretty darn good at it. We have a number of different lines of business, basically, to fundraise, as well as you can see here. And you all would know our famous bacon on a bun at the Renfrew Fair, one of our largest fundraisers, annual fundraisers. Janet Springer is the Rotarian who's taken the lead on that for the past number of years, puts a huge amount of work into it. Typically takes 60 to 70 volunteers to run that bacon on a bun factory over the course of the Renfrew Fair. Lona Scully organizes the lobster and steak feast, which this year is May 27th at the Legion, so get your orders in early. And Dennis Yakabak loves to cook lobster. So we also participate in what's Delta Bingo, which is in Pembroke, and part of their license is that they have to share proceeds with service organizations, and we do about 2 days a month where we send folks up to Pembroke and we help out with the bingo, and it's an excellent return on our efforts. We also earn money on investments. We've had a number of people over the years leave money to Rotary, and we typically we try to leave the principal as is. John Wilson manages our investments, and we typically look at taking about 3 to 5% on a yearly basis out of our investments and injecting it into our projects. We also receive cash donations from people. We do have a few folks that actually get monthly deductions or make monthly small donations through their banks and such, which is great. And I just want to make one comment about donations to Rotary. People can have full confidence that if any money they donate, 100% of what they donate will go to our causes. All of our overheads, insurances, costs to run the club, the lease on the bacon on the bun building at the fair, things like that, we cover off with our internal fundraising. So if you donate $100 or $10 or $5, all that money will go to the different causes that we support. We do have a membership fee for members, and we do have special events, things like golf tournaments, dinner theater, things like that we do on an annual basis. And we are a registered charity, so we can issue receipts. Giving, I won't go through the list here, but this is a fairly good example of the last couple of years of different organizations in the Renfrew and Renfrew area where we have donated funds. And these donations would range from $1,000 to $5,000 per different organization. One of the more recent ones we've started to assist is the Angel Fund at RVH. It's a group of nurses that are helping low-income seniors. They do great work, and we're giving them some financial assistance.
So other projects that we are proud to be a part of, Rotary Homes, which is a non-for-profit owned by Renfrew Rotary, located at Francis Street and Rotary Ave. We've got 14 units there. They were built in 1955, so we're celebrating 70 years with that. So again, in 1955 for $90,000. That's hard to believe. And 50. Is that 50 or 70 years?
70.
Yeah, my math.
I'm almost there, I know.
That is something that I think the club is going to celebrate this year and probably look at what we can do, obviously, to add or certainly do some renovations to the Rotary homes. 500 square feet, one-bedroom homes were first subsidized housing units built in Renfrew. Managed by the board, in particular Doug and Joan, it's their baby, and they certainly support that with pride. Next slide is our Meals on Wheels, and that was brought to Renfrew in 1976 by Ron Levine and Liz Frank, who was an RN. It's in partnership with the hospital here, and it's hot meals that are delivered 365 days a year. So we take part in making sure that those meals are delivered. As I said, Doug Ryan manages this program as well, and there's a shortfall about $1,000 per year, which we cover.
Okay, so COVID, of course, changed the way we communicate, obviously. So we switched to hybrid meetings, similar to what we're doing today, which was a big change. We used to meet weekly at the Rocky Mountain House every Tuesday, and of course that ended suddenly. So we had purchased some equipment, audiovisual equipment, and we started doing hybrid meetings. We've recently upgraded to a different product just to give some better quality audio and video. And it's great for people that can't make the meeting. And well, Kyle's a good example. Can't make it tonight, and but he's very much part of the meeting. And also, we do have some snowbirds that go south. And like Doug Ryan said, we had our luncheon meeting today, and he zoomed into the meeting, and it's really helped keeping our membership engaged.
Another thing we're really proud of is the music festival, and Kathleen it takes the lead certainly with that. But Renfrew Rotary has organized the music festival since 1924, and again the objective for the festival is to provide students with an opportunity again to take part in live performances. Often sponsored and qualified students get to provincials, and this year the event is scheduled for April 23rd, 24th at Trinity St. Andrews.
So the other part of Rotary that is pretty significant is international projects. And Rotary as an organization has been a major player in the eradication of polio around the world. Rotary has put huge effort, a huge amount of money into it with absolutely fantastic results. And we donate to the Rotary Polio Fund on a yearly basis here from Renfrew. We also, each year we try to pick an international project that we participate in. A couple of years ago, in conjunction with the Arnprior Rotary Club, we raised money to send blankets to the Ukraine for the folks that were refugees. We also participated in a thing called Shelter Box, which is a self-contained shipping crate that has everything, a tent, cooking equipment, sleeping bags for one refugee family. And I know that Shelter Box was very active in Poland, helping out all the refugees from Ukraine. Last year we worked with a Rotary Club in Moringa, Brazil, and they started up a girls leadership and empowerment school program. Locally, there were a lot of issues with child brides and young mothers and a lot of women that didn't have the opportunity to equally participate in society. And we helped the local club set up a series of consultations for local young women. A number of years ago, we had some folks that went down to El Salvador to help build housing and take medication. And the last one we did, which we're really proud of, this was in conjunction with some Rotary clubs down Brockville and a couple of clubs in Brockville, actually. It was a project to build a well for a school in Tanzania. There were about, I think about 80 kids went to this school, and the only potable water was about a 6 or 7 kilometer walk. So every morning they would take jugs and these kids would go down and get water and bring it back to the school. I think our club contributed about $15,000 to the project, and they dug a well, and okay, thanks. And the kids have fresh water now. So we try to do one every year or two, international projects. Next slide. So scholarships. We have been bequeathed money over the years for people that want to have scholarships in the names of loved ones that passed away, and we put that money to good work. Dr. Ron Levine, and I think Kathleen Loftus helps him out, works with the different schools with the guidance counselors and such. We have on an annual basis, we have 2 $750 community service awards, one for each of the high schools in town. We also have an annual $3,000 3-year scholarship for a student from Renfrew that's enrolled in Bachelor of Nursing. And that was, again, that was a very specific bequeathment to the club to have a scholarship specifically for that purpose. Rotary also runs camps, adventure camps, on a yearly basis in history, ecology, citizenship, high-tech, parliament, and leadership. And we, again, work with the high schools to find candidates, and we pay the fees for kids to attend these camps.
So Arna, I know our time is wrapping up, but I'd like to, if we can go to the next slide. I think what we're certainly proud of everything that we take part in, but I think what's important is sort of these close-to-home local projects. Central School Playground was one of them. Splash Pad was one of them. We are always looking, and I think it's really important for service clubs to sort of continue into the future to try to partnership with organizations and committees that are involved in our current town. We're looking at some transportation partnerships to help get seniors or low-income families to and from shopping. We're looking, as I said, to whether we can expand or think outside the box for our Rotary homes and housing. And we've already talked and looking for how we can support recreational facilities for kids. So really that was part of our reason for coming tonight and wanting an opportunity to talk about everything that we would like to continue to do and expand what Rotary already does.
We're quite interested in the Knights of Columbus Park, a big piece of property with not a lot in it, and we would be very interested in partnering with the town to develop some recreational facilities at that park. One of the nice things about it is at the other end of town from Mattaway, and would really help to service our youth in that end of town. So we're quite into it. We've had some preliminary discussions with Kelly on possibly what we might be interested in doing. So I want to thank you, and of course we can be followed on Facebook, and you can donate it on our webpage. And I just want to say that you know, we bombard you with a lot of information here, and that was kind of part of our intent. We do a lot of stuff for this town, and since I've been with Rotary, we're from all walks of life, all different backgrounds, different ages, but the one common thing is we all want to help people. We want to give back to the community, and a lot of our members put in hundreds of hours a year to do all these things. We didn't actually get to student exchanges in our community support group. You know, so we do a ton of things here in Renfrew. Great people. We invite people to. We meet every the second Tuesday of the month for lunch at the Wing. We have the Rotary meeting room at the Wing, and the fourth Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Everyone is welcome. If you come on the Tuesday, you get a free lunch. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Councillor Legree?
Through your Mayor Sidney, I just want to thank both of you for coming out tonight. Great presentation. The Renfrew Rotary Club has been part of Renfrew for way before I was even thought of, and you do great stuff for the town and the area, so thank you to both of you and the rest of the board, so very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Revimo?
Yes, thank you for your investment in the splash pad. I think when you take a look at it and see just the uptake on it and how busy it is, I think it's one of those wise investments that communities make, and then also what you folks have done there has been quite spectacular. The transportation to shopping is of interest. I just reviewed a document on public transit in Renfrew County that, so I'll forward it to you, Bruce, tomorrow morning. It's going to become a public document. And housing for seniors, do you have a specific project, or are you open to some kind of suggestions?
I would say we're open to suggestions. You know, we do have the existing property,
Yeah.
the Rotary Club Homes property, and there may be potential to add to that or refurbish some of the units, but yeah, we're open to pretty much anything.
Okay, I also have something I might send you tomorrow.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Great.
Now, before you go, I'm going to highlight something that you kind of just skimmed over a little bit that I think is it's important, and it's obviously was really close to me. I don't know if the community knows or council knows, but led by the Renfrew Rotary, the Rotary Clubs of Renfrew County were the only reason the Robbie Dean Center exists. They provided the seed money to get it started. So I think that's something that the community needs to know, that led by Renfrew Rotary, the rest of the Rotary Clubs around Renfrew County donated to do the seed money for the Robbie Dean Center. So thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my God. Bear with me for my technical issue. Keeps coming on. All right, moving on to announcements. Are there any announcements? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. I do have an announcement. I just wanted to let the public know that this is on my own, this announcement. So I would like to take a moment to publicly apologize to Mayor Sidney and Clerk Eric for my behavior during the last council meeting. As an elected representative, my duty is to dig deep, ask questions, and raise concerns on behalf of the taxpayers of Renfrew. I am committed to fulfilling this responsibility, but it is essential that I do so with the utmost respect for others in the council chambers. During our last meeting, I failed in this regard. I disrespected the rules of procedure when I interrupted Clerk Eric while she was explaining a procedural rule to Mayor Sidney. My behavior was uncalled for and disrespectful, and I sincerely apologize to both of them for my actions. I assure Mayor Sidney, Clerk Eric, and all of council and the public that I will continue to advocate for our community while conducting myself in a professional manner moving forward. Once again, I apologize to both of you. Thank you, Mayor Sidney.
Thank you for that. Any other announcements? Hearing and seeing none. So we will now go over to Committee of Adjustment. The Renfrew Town Council convened a Committee of Adjustment to consider a matter within their jurisdiction. A mover, please. Councillor Gree, second by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? We are now in Committee of Adjustments. We will now declare the Committee of Adjustments and public portion of this agenda open. At this time, I will ask staff to read the recitals that provide their report on the matter being considered, and I will turn it over to Director Withers, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So the purpose of this meeting is to obtain public comments in accordance with the Planning Act for the application on the agenda, and also to make a decision on the application as is required by the Planning Act. Minor variance applications are considered strictly in accordance with the four tests of Section 45 of the Planning Act, which we evaluated in our report as staff to council, or to committee in this case. Any and all comments and information submitted, whether orally in writing, including any identifying information, becomes part of the public record, could be made publicly available at any point, including on the town's website and other electronic forms of publication in accordance with the Planning Act. And just noting, it doesn't appear that anyone's here in attendance to speak to the application, but if anyone does show up to speak to it, they are asked to clearly state their name and address for the record, to provide their contact information on the sign-in sheet, which I have here with me following the hearing. Only the applicant and specified public agencies under the Planning Act are permitted to appeal the decision of the town or of the committee on the matter. In accordance with the notice of decision, specifically, there are no third-party appeals permitted under the Planning Act. I can confirm through you, Mayor Sidney, that all notice requirements under the Planning Act were met. Thank you.
All right, I will read the motion. That in the matter of the application for minor variance file D-13-64 submitted by Vicky Kubaseski for M. Wilson Home Development Limited with respect to lands described as Block 21, Plan 49M-93, roll number 47-48-000-020-18931, to recognize the reduction of front yard and side yard setbacks for a townhouse block currently under construction. A variance from zoning bylaw 46-2010 as amended be granted in accordance with the submitted application by granting the following relief. 1. Section 6.2.5C, reduce the minimum front yard setback from 6.0 meters to 5.67 meters. And section 6.2.5D, reduce the minimum side yard setback from 3.0 meters to 2.60 meters. Mover, please. Revimo, second by Councillor Degree. Any questions from council or from committee? Revimo?
Yes, I noticed in the report it says that this is a townhouse project that's under construction. So I'm curious, is this a normal process, or did something happen and somebody misaligned this in the overall plan?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. So this is, it happens occasionally. Essentially what happens is the form work is slightly out, and then when a survey is undertaken to actually sever the townhouse units, that's typically when it's discovered. The corners of the foundation can be pinned to avoid this, and I believe that they commonly are. Sometimes the form crew tries to do it without the corners being pinned in accordance with a survey. Not sure exactly what happened this time, but this is the ordinary course to deal with it. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Thank you. Supplementary. So this shouldn't cause any difficulties for emergency crews if they have to get into the backyard of these units, or anything else that's going on back there?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. So these are quite deep lots, and there's a lot of room to get to the back of the units if you have to. The short answer is we have no concerns with the variances being requested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Or committee, sorry. And that the Committee of Adjustment be adjourned. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? Committee of Adjustment is now over. Okay. Moving on to Committee of the Whole. The Renfrew Town Council convenes in Committee of the Whole to consider reports for recommendations to Council. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, second by Councillor Legree. All in favor? We are now in Committee of the Whole. Moving on to E.1.2, the 2024 Annual Building Report. That the Committee of the Whole received the 2024 Annual Building Report as information. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. I will now turn it over to Director Withers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So this report's an annual requirement under the Building Code Act under Section 7 Sub 4. It's required to illustrate that the fees do not exceed, that the fees collected for enforcement of the Ontario Building Code do not exceed the expenditures to administer the code. If, in fact, they do exceed the expenditures, then a reserve is required. To date, the town of Renfrew has not created a reserve as permit fees collected have not exceeded expenditures, and the 2024 annual report is attached as Appendix A. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Where does the total permit fees, the revenue, where does that go to? Does it head to a reserve or to a different location?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. So as noted, they would go to fund the operating line for building code enforcement. So everything associated with the chief building official, the building inspector, and everything related to that goes to that. If there's a surplus, then it goes into a reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, to Director Withers, I just have a question with regards to the wages, benefits, and training. From 2021 to 2024, it seemed to jump by about $110,000. Was that just like a staff member moved into that department, or if I'm reading that right?
Yeah, thank you, and through you. So we do have a building inspector. It's a shared role between planning and building. We do fund a good portion of that through building, just to ensure that the full cost of enforcing the building code is captured. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to E.1.2. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to prepare and evaluate options for the redevelopment of town-owned lands in the Mask O'Brien block and report back to Council on the findings, and further that staff budget appropriate funds in the 2025 budget for review of the development options. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McWhirter, and I will turn it over to Director Withers.
Yes, thank you, and through you again, Mayor Sidney. I'll try to be brief with these. I've got a few reports tonight. January 14th, Council directed staff to report back on any potential surplusing opportunities and challenges related to town-owned properties within the O'Brien to Mask block, as well as any additional surplus town-owned properties not currently on the list for surplus lands. So we've looked at the block. We've got a few ideas. We did discuss the project with one of the engineers on the standing offer list that we have under contract. They've been involved in all of the O'Brien Road Connecting Links program, the Whitten Road and Renfrew secondary plan environmental assessments, as well as they're going to be doing the design work on the O'Brien Road pumping station. So we felt that they were a good fit to assist with engineering for this, given that they'd be well aware of all of the servicing considerations. So we've got a bit of a work plan in place. We do have a budget from the engineers. We've looked at the costs associated with survey, appraisal, legal review. So we think a work program that involves the development of 3 to 5 concept plans could be something that we undertake. We would look at the concept plans in regards to the existing and potential development of the corner. We'd look at the VIC and associated parking, the relocation of the park and ride, the future alignment of Frode Street, along with the engineering component of it. They would assist with preparation of drawings, engineering details, development concepts. They'd prepare an engineering report with servicing options and implications in regards to sanitary water, storm drainage, stormwater management, preliminary site grading, utility servicing. And they'd look at any other engineering items requiring further review or investigation. They'd make recommendations if they see anything that would need kind of a deeper dive. They would assist with preparing preliminary cost estimates for the extension of services and the development of the blocks. They'd undertake a preliminary review of siting for the O'Brien Road pumping station. We'd get an appraisal of the block to determine fair market value. We'd undertake any required preliminary survey work, likely only including existing conditions at this point. And we'd undertake any required title search work and review of registry information to understand the title of the properties involved. Cost, we estimate coming in around $44,000 plus non-refundable HST for the work. In terms of revenue, we're anticipating, and these are estimates informed estimates based on kind of what we've seen. I think a conservative revenue estimate of about $200,000 per acre of service land could be achieved, be realized in 2025 or 2026, depending on the exposure time on the market to actually sell the properties. So on that basis, approximately 11 acres of saleable land, potential revenues approaching $2.2 million. Again, those are estimates. As the block contains Haramis Park and the Vic, as noted, currently serves a number of municipal memorial programmatic functions. These are being looked at concurrently. They'll be brought to council for consideration by the Community Recreation Services Department. So the options are before you in the report. Proceeding with the review of development options is being recommended. Council could also opt not to proceed at this time or provide alternative direction. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And Mayor Sidney, through you, so let's just bring this down a little bit so most of the public can understand. We're going to spend $44,000 plus non-refundable HST, which is anticipated for this project, and when that's done, we are going to be able to sell the 11 acres at an estimate of $2.2 million.
Director Withers?
Yes, through you. So that's the $44,000 is for the preliminary work, so to evaluate it. When you actually go to sell the property, there are going to be other costs associated with it. You probably need to do up an actual reference plan. There's going to be legal costs. There's going to be obviously real estate commissions involved with any sale. So there are going to be additional costs. This is to evaluate the development options, about 3 to 5 options to determine how to move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So my concern, this is just a comment to my fellow councillors. My concern is we approve this and we start moving forward, and then there's going to be more cost, and then we're going to have to decide if we want to spend more money on this, and then are we actually going to do anything? Are we actually going to sell the land? Because many times over the last many years of living in this town and being on council for the last 2+ years, we spend money to do things, and then all of a sudden, those things disappear or those things stop. So that's my concern with this. I think it's a great idea. I want to make some money. It's $2.2 million. We all need that $2.2 million. My huge concern is this project stops 6 months to 12 months down the road, and we've spent money on something that has just stopped. Again, just a comment to my fellow councillors, something to think about, and maybe Mayor Sidney, we can have maybe a conversation on, I think maybe the CAO should address this question, I don't know, but I want to know, are we really going to go through with this and sell this land for $2.2 million? Because I know I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
So before I turn it over to the CAO for comment, from my perspective, from the meetings I've had this past week and the direction I'd like to see Renfrew go, I do not want to see this stop. If we're doing it, we're doing it because we want Renfrew to grow, we want people to come in, we want to make sure we do it right, and I think this is a good step because we know there's other communities that may have not done this before the highway came in and then they get landlocked or whatever. So I think this is the right step, but I definitely want to see it go to as far as we can take it. So that's my comment. And that's based on meetings I've had all week. So, yeah. CEO, if you have a comment.
Yes, so through you, Mayor, to Councillor Dick as well as all of Council. So right now we are including in the draft budget that will be coming forward proceeds on sale of some of the lots. This is something that is a priority for Council. It's also a priority for staff. And so we will be proceeding. The only reason it would stop is if there's a chunk of land when we go to do some of these pieces of assessment where we identify there might be a bigger legal headache and we decide to rotate to a different chunk. As I understand, I believe it's about 215 acres that we do have around that section that is in the town's name that we would have available to look at. So if some of these acres of land turn out to be not as as good for selling. We'd be able to rotate to others. I can't to see why we wouldn't be able to find at least 11 of those that we can put up for sale this year to get advertised out for developers, for whether it's commercial, hotel, in small industrial or light industrial, sorry, I think is the term, or even some of the other back sections for maybe some of the residential pieces in the East Secondary Plan, if it approves. So that is a priority of council, it is a priority of staff, and it is being included in our budget preparations at this time.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I think the bottom line to the councillor's question is it's ultimately going to be incumbent on us to make sure there's some forward momentum. We keep driving forward with regard to this. Now, with regard to timelines, does anyone have any idea what we're looking for? And are we able to incorporate that with regard to maybe some guidelines to that?
Director Withers.
Certainly, and through you, Mayor Sidney. So we haven't gotten into any detailed discussions yet in regards to that. I don't anticipate that it's going to take a lot of time. Obviously, we're getting into construction season. There's going to be kind of competing priorities with respect to engineering services, but I don't anticipate that this is going to be a huge level of effort. Certainly something that I think we can advance in the order of months. Thank you.
Councillor McWhorter.
Just a question, has there been any preliminary interest in any of our land out that way prior to this?
Director Withers. Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. I can say that there has been. The council's direction at this point has been to hold on that until we get a strategy together for how to dispose of this land in a coordinated fashion. Thank you.
Councillor Sabalski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just trying to get my head around this. I'm going to use the word too many variables, and I'm scared that by generating a plan, we may not put ourselves in the best opportunity, and I'd be happily proven wrong, but I would like to see someone knock on our door and say that we're seriously interested in some property and work with them and find out what we can do from there. Because if we build a plan and we spend $50,000 on a plan and the first person that knocks on our door says, well, that's not really what I'm here to purchase, I'm here to do this, did we just put the cart in front of the horse and we have to start all over again? So is there a way to market these properties in a way that we are not spending money in engineering and design until we can get someone who is potentially knocking at the door, for example, a hotel or some type of industry, that we can then maybe make a solid plan for what our roadways, what roads get done first and what systems get worked on first?
Director Withers.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Sidney, and thank you, Councillor Sabalski, and to you. So I think there, regardless of how you apportion these lands, I think there is some investigation that needs to take place. We know that Frode Street is going to be coming through here. We know that you're going to have to figure out what to do with the Vic and with Haramus Park and with the park and ride and with the RV dumping station. There are a few items that you have to investigate regardless. I think, to your point, if there's a proponent that has maybe a different idea, the town could look at as one of the options, and I'm thinking this we bring forward as one of the options, just one piece, consolidated into one piece of land, and potentially move forward on that basis, as opposed to parceling it up. So there's a few different ways to look at it, but I think there are probably still some investigations and some planning that needs to take place if you're going to consider at all selling this corner. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Mayor Sidney, through you, just I have to ask this question. Are we still in committee of the whole? Okay, so we have 2 weeks. We can vote on this. We can discuss 2-week thoughts, questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a note. On page 2, you talk about realignment or alignment of Frode Street and discussions with the affected landowner. I think if you take a look at what happened to Daniel and Eddie in Arnprior, where they moved that intersection that goes into the subdivision, they realigned it something like 40 meters. So it doesn't have to be a straight alignment, and it's not an issue. So there may not have to be discussions with that landowner, with the exception of a new entrance to their parking lot further in on the new Front Street extension. So, I think that's always been the concern, was, oh, we're going to have to buy that, and it's going to cost X number of dollars, and it's too far out of the budget. I think there can be a realignment of Front Street using our own property, and I again point to JP2G may not be familiar with that intersection because they didn't work on it, but I'm sure they've driven through it.
Any other, Councilor McWhorter?
Through you, Chair, for the treasurer, any thought being given to funding of this part of it?
Not at, sorry, through you, Mayor. Not at this time.
Councilor McWhorter?
Is there a grant or anything that we could use to fund this, other than like a reserve or whatever?
Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor. Not that I'm aware of at this time. I've been deep into budget, so we could put our minds to it for the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Going ahead with the budget we're facing, every dollar we spend needs to be scrutinized, so I'm just wondering. Thank you.
Councilor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and I'm just going to echo Councillor McWhorter's suggestion here. I think we have to be seriously careful, and we're being asked to spend some money right now, and we still haven't saw the budget, so we have 2 weeks to discuss. We can change our minds in 2 weeks. We can put this off, so I'm okay moving forward, and then we have 2 weeks to figure some stuff out. Thank you.
Director Withers?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. So just to Councilor McWhorter, just in regards to the grant funding. So there is the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, which we're going to be bringing forward to Council for consideration. It is open to the end of the month, and we've had a preliminary meeting with an organization that specializes in grant applications, and so we'll be bringing that forward. And this is, you could potentially, we're initially thinking the O'Brien Road pumping station. There might be some portion of this work plan that could be included in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Review?
Just a comment. In 2015, Council of the Day spent money putting pipe services down the side of O'Brien, the side where the dental clinic and the animal hospital are, and because that was those businesses wouldn't have gone there because the water and wastewater was not extended down there. So what was done was the town went ahead and installed them, or paid to have them installed, and then there was a development charge applied to all of the existing lots, including some of the existing businesses. So it was repaid through a regional, I'll call it regional, I can't remember the exact name, but a regional development charge was applied to those lots, and it was on a per frontage basis, so it was covered off, and then it subsequently triggered the two buildings there.
Any other questions? Councilor Spolsky, you're good? I just don't want to miss you. Okay. Hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Going on to E.1.3, I will be leaving the chair and handing it over to Revimo.
Good evening, Council. That Committee of the Whole recommends that the Renfrew Town Council adopt official plan amendment number 14, Renfrew East Secondary Plan, as revised based on council, public, and agency comments. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Legris, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. To you, Reeve. With regard to, and my concern is with regard, we had residents come in recently and that their addresses were identified on the map systems. And I'm just wondering, are we able to deal with that and somehow modify it? And just to what Councillor Cebulski just mentioned, nothing's set in stone, and we could have someone come in and want to develop that whole area. So I'm just wondering if we can listen to their voices, the people that came in here, with regard to how it affects their property values. So is that something we can do before we move on? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Withers?
Thank you, and through you, Revimo. So we did review the schedules. We did confirm that there are no buildings shown on the map schedules to the plan. We are not recommending that the location of planned roads and infrastructure be removed from the plan or obscured. And for reasons I mentioned previously, this can lead to future public concern about having not being appropriately informed of where these things are going to go. And while I can certainly appreciate this is a very common thing that's raised in any planning matters, including new development adjacent to existing development, we understand that there is either the perception or the reality of impact to property values, both negative and positive. It's very difficult to predict accurately exactly how they will be impacted. And because we have to undertake planning in the broader public interest, we have to look at what is ultimately good for the entire municipality. Planning recommendations, like our recommendations to council, specifically don't include any consideration for impact on property values, and this has been upheld regularly in tribunal rulings. So I hope that provides some information and some context in the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So, let's dumb it down again. That was a lot of information. So, what Director Withers is saying, Chair, is just because on the secondary plan there's like a road going through somebody's house, you know, maybe 30 years down the road, we're not saying we're going to put the road through the house, but it's there. Directors Withers saying that it has been held up in tribunal, that is never ever going to affect the value of that home if that homeowner decides to sell the home in 10 or 15 years.
Director Withers?
Yeah, so I'll maybe just clarify. So there may be, planning necessarily has an impact on various things. And I think what I'm trying to say is that because it's difficult to say exactly what the impact is going to be, whether it's going to be positive or whether it's going to be negative, many times development adjacent to existing development makes the existing development more expensive just by virtue of real estate transaction. That's just typically what happens. But because it's difficult to predict, and also because the decisions that council makes and that staff recommend to council on planning matters have to be made and recommended in the public interest, we don't make the recommendations on the basis of that it's going to go through somebody's property. We ultimately have to look at whether it is overall for the benefit of the public interest. I hope that clarifies. It's a little bit different than how you described it, so that's why I just clarified. Thank you.
And if I might, Director Withers, now, this plan is then subject to site plan approval once a developer or individuals come forward to develop this parcel of land. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, through you. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so then at that time there'll be some more opportunity for council should they wish to add in, for instance, some noise attenuation features, suggest that possibly there be more walking or cycling opportunities within it. All of those things are part of the site plan approval process.
Thank you, through you, email. So site plan approval specifically is required to be a staff level matter at this point. However, there is a policy in our official plan that deals with land use compatibility, and that is something that we review in terms of mitigating impact on adjacent development. You look at an example like Lapine Developments where there was a line of spruce trees along the property boundary. Just things like that. We do try to mitigate the either the real or anticipated impact. But just in regards to the property values in particular, because it is raised so frequently and because it is so difficult to deal with, and because we have to think about the broader public interest, we unfortunately can't consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor McDonald, and then McWhorter.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Directed towards Director Withers. But on the map with regard to a Schedule A appendix, we do have a roadway, a proposed one, and I know this is going to be more of a longer term thing, but we do have, it illustrates the roadway coming through one of the Gillen Road addresses, and that's what the concern is.
Please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Revimo. So yeah, that's correct. We would recommend that continue to be there. It provides a level of predictability for residents as to where things are going to go and how things are going to develop. Ultimately, if negotiations happen different ways when it comes to obtaining land for public purposes. Ideally, we arrive at an amicable, kind of agreement on the price, and we had an appraisal, and fair market value is paid for the property. So there's no question about that. In the event that it goes through with use the E word, expropriation, there is consideration for lack of a better term, damages. So in addition to what would be the market value, in the event that there is kind of hardship as a result of the development, or say it's for a portion of the property and it's not going through in a house, but it's impacting a portion of the property, there is consideration for that. So the idea is that the property owner is made whole, so it's not just we're taking your land and we're not giving you anything for it. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Chair, for Director Withers. Excuse me. So the road that's showing going out to Gillen, that's already there, is it not? There's an easement there for a road next to the business that's next door to the house in question. I believe that's already in place. Am I wrong?
Director Withers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So there are two on Gillen. So the northerly road allowance is there. The southerly one does go through property. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. And with that, I'd call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried. There was...
3-3.
Pardon me? I understood it to be 4-2.
My apologies. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, my apologies, Reeve. I
Thank you.
missed that one.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Revimo. Moving on to finance and corporate. Moving on to finance and corporate services, E.2.1, the 2025 budget meeting to be determined. That the Committee of the Whole received the 2025 budget timeline report as information. Move, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. And I will turn it over to our treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, we had hoped to deliver the budget earlier than this. I was hoping the financial software would be in place. We're certainly working away at it every day. It's hopefully by the end of April, if not the middle of April, we'll have more progress. I am working on the GL. I am able to put budget numbers in, and I'm using that to download into a spreadsheet, which is a little easier than setting it up in a spreadsheet to start with, just so council knows. So I have attached the draft budget timeline. In the fall, the 2024, obviously, I communicated with department heads to ensure that each department is looking at their budgets, including any capital. February 11th, I provided the old to the new account listings. So the budget this year is provided with the new GL account codes, so we're ready to go moving forward. February 24th, I provided spreadsheets to all departments that outlined the new account codes with 2022, 2023, and 2024 budget and actuals, and in 2024 actuals to the end of October, because that's what they had uploaded into the new system at that time. March 3rd, emailed the department heads to have budget information to the treasurer by the Friday, March 6th, and I'm happy to say most of that information has been received. There's a few little tweaks that we have to do, but we're on track. This week, the CAO and the treasurer to meet with the department heads to review budget submissions. So pending the approval of this budget timeline, we'll set up some meetings in the next couple of days with the department heads to review their submissions. The week of the March 24th, hopefully the first draft to council with a meeting date to be determined. I know the CAO has requested some timelines. Week of March 31st, a second draft to council, meeting date to be determined. A public meeting is anticipated April 8th, and then the final passing at the next council meeting, April 22nd. If there's any questions.
Any questions from council? Councilor McWhorter?
If we need more time, we can change the schedule. I'm the same thing.
Treasurer?
So the only timeline that we're faced with is the county passes their tax ratios the last meeting in April, and then we have until beginning of June, I want to say, that we have to have our budget passed and tax rates completed so that the rest of the county can input as well into the OPTA program, which is a tax rate program. If we're late, then we hold up the whole county with the release of that information. So we like to have final budget passed no later than with the tax rates, no later than the end of May. That would be a hard end date.
Councilor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And I'm just going to do some comments. I'm going to go through, and I might have a question in there. So obviously, we all know that I have a motion coming forward tonight that the mayor and the CAO meet with each individual councillor to discuss our thoughts on which way the budget and which direction the budget should go. All 7 of us walk the streets. We talk to the owners of the town who foot the bill, and they all give us their advice and what they'd like to see happen. So I think it's super important that us as their representatives meet with the higher-ups within the town of Renfrew staff and discuss that with them, and then that should be considered into the conversation. So that's why that's important to me. So I feel that we have those conversations coming up, and I know some have already taken place, and thank you to both of you for being proactive on that all those conversations should happen before anybody meets with the department heads. That way the department heads can know what the owners of the town would like to see happen. Then another concern I have is that we have the public meeting on April 8th and then the final passing of April 22nd. And so this will be a question, Mayor Sidney, is if we're having a public meeting on April 8th to hear the concerns of the public, are we just listening to the public and then that's it? Or are we going to have a third draft? Is council going to be able to listen to the taxpayer and say, okay, I hear your concerns, we need to change that? And then we as a group have a conversation on what the public says? Or is this timeline just, hey, we're just having the public meeting because we have to, we're going to hear you, but we're not going to do anything about it? So that's my concern. So let's have that question answered. Are we going to have an opportunity to have a third draft of the budget after we hear what the public has to say? Thank you.
Treasurer?
If that is what council wishes, we can certainly do that. And any changes can be made from the public meeting, and then direction would have to be given by council to make those changes and the impacts. Those changes could be, and then they could be presented at a different, like at that last meeting in, sorry, I just put my screen down to take notes. On April 22nd, we could have a third draft or a different date, and then the final passing the first meeting in May. That could certainly be considered by council.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, and thank you to the Treasurer for those answers. I think that's feasible. I think we have options now. Well, I feel that we have options. I don't think I need to put a motion forward or anything to decide tonight what we need to do, because we have a few strong weeks coming up and busy weeks. So I'm very comfortable where we're at, and if I get uncomfortable, then I'll speak up at the March 25th meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Green?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I agree with Councillor Andrew Dick. I'm just wondering, the second draft of the second draft, could we not just move that between the public meeting and the final passing, so that we get the first draft of it, we can look at it, make changes or think about changes, then we hear the public meeting, then we go into the second draft? Would it not be just that easy, or am I missing something? Thank you.
Treasurer?
I have no problem with that at all. So we would have to notify the public when that public meeting would take place, and the week of March 31st. So that would be up to the notice period, and if that works out.
CAO?
Through the mayor to all of council, if we actually looked at only having one budget meeting before a planned public meeting on the 8th, that might fit into some schedules better, as there is a couple of individual council meetings that I still need to have with the mayor and myself to get their input and trying to fit that in, plus the department heads individuals as well. So if we looked at having, say, the first budget meeting the week of the 31st, the public one on the 8th, and then if there needs to be another meeting after that, end of April, to make changes, and then for actual approval in early May, that might work better to try to make sure that we get all of council's input prior to any meetings with the department heads.
Okay, Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you. I agree. Sorry, through you, Mayor Sidney. I do agree with CAO Raybone on that. I do have one question. Try and keep this. We have an individual who's going to be off for a time period, and I'm just wondering when. To me, it's important that that individual, that staff member's here. Do we know when that staff member is going to be off for their time period?
CEO?
So through the mayor, it is myself, so that's fine. So I am at the council meeting on the 8th. I am hoping to be returned for the 22nd. There's no guarantee, and I won't know until closer to that date, unfortunately. But I will definitely be there for the April 8th meeting, if that's when we're having the public one. But so I am around if we want to schedule something the week of the 31st. I would just need, before we leave off of this topic and vote on it, to know of a date where quorum would be available, as I have not yet received a quorum response by email as to what days were available. So I do want to lock it down so we can publicly advertise we're having that budget day.
Treasurer?
So just a question. So the first draft we would put off until the week of March 31st. The public meeting being the 8th. The second draft being the week between, or do you want to go the second draft, April 22nd, the final passing thereof, the first meeting in May? And that should give the CAO and myself some time to go through with all the department heads in the next couple of weeks, so that the first draft becomes the week of March 31st. Public meeting April 8th. Second meeting somewhere in between April 8th and the first meeting in May, and then the final passing thereof, the first meeting in May. Does that work?
Does that work for council? Hearing no objections?
Through you, Mayor. Should council wish to adjust the budget time schedule different from the report, they can pass a motion, if that's the desire, that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to adjust the budget time schedule to reflect the following, which we can note reflect the following changes. So, sorry, just making sure I capture that one. So the first draft to be brought forward Sorry, through you, Mayor, just for clarification, the second draft, we don't have a date as to when that's going to be. It's sometime between April 8th and the first meeting in May. Is that correct? Okay. Through you, Mayor, just to ensure that this captures, that Renfrew Town Council directs staff to adjust the budget time schedule to reflect the following changes. First draft to be brought forward the week to be discussed. Sorry. First draft to be. Sorry. Okay. First draft meeting plan the week of March 31st. Public meeting to be scheduled April 8th. The second draft meeting to be brought forward between April 8th and May 13th, with the final passing on May 13th. Scheduled for May 13th.
Now, before we move that, is council able to provide a date that works for them on the week of March 31st so we can hammer down that date? In a perfect world, it would be during the day, because it could be long. The week of March 31st.
I'm good for whatever works.
I'm good the Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday only that week.
Okay. Do you know?
The Monday, Tuesday work for me during the week,
Okay.
and I can squeeze the Thursday in if I can move stuff around on Thursday.
Tuesday the 1st.
Councillor Sabalski, do you have a?
Thank you. I've already given my available dates to the CAO.
Okay. So is everybody good with Tuesday? So that would be. So is that? So we're going to the 25th? So that would be April 1st, 9:30 work? Perfect. All right. That's locked in.
And changes. First draft budget meeting scheduled for Tuesday, April 1st at 9:30 a.m. Public meeting scheduled for April 8th at 5 as part of the regular meeting of council scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. The second draft meeting to be scheduled sometime between April 8th and May 13th with the final passing brought forward for May 13th.
Mover? Councillor Hughes, second by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to E.6.1. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council approve the amendments to the remuneration bylaws presented and that the amending bylaw be brought to Council for approval. Mover, please. Councillor Legris, second by Rivimo, and I will hand it over to CAO Raybone.
Thank you, Mayor, to all of council. So we've taken the comments and change requests from the previous meeting and brought it forward in what the amended bylaw would look like. For clarification, I wanted to make sure that it's clear that their only real content changes were to sections 4, 5, and 6 of the bylaw. There appears to be amendments to the first 3 sections, but that's purely because of formatting. We did not have the Word version. We had an old one, so when it converted in and we tried to fix the formatting to line everything back up into a chart form, it tracked all of those changes as well, even though those were purely formatting and alignment changes. So there was no changes to the rates or the benefits or per diem rates. The only actual changes are in relation to sections 4, 5, and 6, as were discussed at the last meeting, but I wanted to make sure that we did capture them all before the final bylaw comes at the next meeting.
Any questions from Council? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, the CEO. I just have a question on section, 3 actually, 3.1, and it refers to being a chair of a standing committee, but we don't, I know this was left in there, but do we still have that, or? We do?
CEO? Clerk.
Through you, Mayor, just to address that question, yes, we still do have a standing committee because the Economic Development Advisory Committee is still classified as a standing committee.
Okay, perfect. That answers that. Thank you.
Any other questions from Council? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And I just want to confirm there's no receipts moving forward from now on?
Through the mayor to all of council, that is correct. It's been written with allowance rates based off of the federal government's established rates that they update twice a year. So for both mileage and for meals, it will be a flat allowance rate based on the meal that it would be covering.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And 4.3, town business is defined to mean any business conducted on behalf of the town or council where authorization has been granted. So, for example, I've said this a few times, I'm going to say it again because it's the only example I have. I was down in Toronto on a Sunday morning, had breakfast with a developer. I bought the lunch and I was not reimbursed for his meal. So, do I need to get permission from you, Mayor Sidney, or the CAO that prior to going out to these meals or meetings, then I need your permission if I buy them lunch that I'm going to be paid for it.
CEO?
So through the mayor, to Councillor Dick, basically the concept is if you have been granted the authority to speak on behalf of council or on behalf of town, which typically would require the approval of council as a whole, not just one individual, it would take a direction saying that we would like you to follow up on development opportunities with certain contacts, then that would be, you've been authorized to speak on behalf of the town. If we would like further clarification as to how that actually is worded, we can adjust that. That was just sample wording that was pulled from other municipalities for how they define their town business or city business.
Councillor Dick.
Okay, Mayor Sidney, through you. I'm finding this a little silly. Sometimes we as councillors, we're out and about, and all of a sudden an improv meeting happens on behalf of the town. Here's the thing, I don't mind paying for a $15 breakfast. The point is, I shouldn't have to. I'm working on the betterment of the town, and I don't know, I don't like this. I just think for councillors coming forward, ultimately all of us are here to work for the town and better, and you know what, I'm going to throw Reeve Ebo under the bus. I want him to come in and answer, like, you've been doing this a long time, like, and we're not allowed to take meals. Like, when we go out, we're not allowed to have developers pay for our meals, because that's a big no-no, so we pay for the meals. I don't know, I don't want to pay for a $15 breakfast, I think. So I just need some help and clarification on this.
Councillor Degree.
I'll just jump in before the Reeve, sorry. I'll give you a few minutes. So I'm a little confused. So what I'm hearing from the CEO is that Councillor Dick can't have a conversation with a developer unless council approves it. Is that what you're saying? Or just so I'm clear, like, so he's, well, we know what's happened. So I'm a little confused on that part of it. If you could just clarify.
CEO?
Through the mayor, to council. So basically, in order to be able to speak on behalf of all of council, it would need to be authorized by all of council and to be able to speak on behalf of the town. That's not to say that those conversations can't happen, but there can be no commitments within those type of conversations. And so so like I said, this wording was based off of other municipalities and how they word it, that if you've been granted the authority of council as a whole or the majority of council, then that grants you the ability to actually make commitments on behalf of the municipality, and therefore is municipal business. Like I said, we can define town business however council feels. This was just based off of a sample wording that was provided from a couple of different municipalities.
Councillor Dick.
Again, this is silly. So I think all of us, and Reeve Emo's going to jump in here because I'm going to make him. A lot of these meetings with developers are, who is the planner? If I wanted to do this, who would I go see? Is there a construction company, you know, like, do you have the construction company? Do you have the employees in the town of Renfrew that could do this? We're not making decisions on behalf of councils. We're really just having a conversation because these developers are possibly thinking of doing this. And I just think it's silly that we as councillors, if we are out for a coffee, that we have to pay for that coffee. No, I'm not. This is real, and this is a lot, and it's a $15 breakfast that I had to pay for, and I'm not okay with that.
Reeve Emo.
Okay, so I'm going to split the hair even thinner. As a warden and as a mayor, I authorize it. If something happens and somebody submits it and the CEO of the day or the treasurer comes to me and says, you know, this person, then I have written it, I have signed it off based on the conversation I would have had with with the person. Individually, I've never submitted an invoice for it, just because I just don't. But I've had to swallow some pretty heavy events, like, for instance, at the County of Renfrew, we're not allowed to pay for alcohol, so there's been times when I've picked up personally, and I hope my wife's not listening, a $400 wine and bar tab for 8 or 9 members of council and a couple of other people that have been at public events. So I think you're right that the town should allow you the maturity of deciding who, if you're picking up breakfast for somebody or lunch. My issue is picking up alcohol, and I don't see that as being an issue here. So I agree with you. There has to be some kind of a mechanism for that, whether it's at the discretion of a conversation with the mayor prior to going out, or when you come back, saying, look, I've sat down with this guy. He's a developer from Belleville. He's interested in coming here, so we had a good conversation. I hooked him up with Mr. Collins, and he, sent him a series of maps. Then I think that's a good investment, at $15, and there might even be a conversation here for breakfast with a couple of developers. You sit down with them as well. So I think there has to be some recognition that we're all adults, and that, yeah. So I've never done it, but I recognize the possibility should exist for someone to do that.
So we would need to, any other questions? Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you. And I do like that flexibility. And perhaps, I was just speaking to Councillor Dick, perhaps we can work on some wording to address it as it comes back to council in 2 weeks.
CEO?
So through the mayor, for clarification, to make sure we have the right wording when we bring it forward, would council be satisfied with it saying town business is defined to mean any business conducted on behalf of the town and/or council and not considered to be training or development? So just taking out that one part of the sentence about prior authorization. Is that what council is seeking? Or are you wanting it to be with not necessarily prior authorization, but authorization from the mayor?
So my struggle with the authorization from the mayor is that it gives the illusion that we're all employees of the mayor, and I don't think that's necessary. I think, as the municipal sector's matured, we recognize that we're self-governing in a lot of instances, and if it becomes an issue, then that's something that the CAO, the treasurer, and the mayor probably has to have a conversation with me if I've made some poor judgments.
Okay, so without the authorization.
Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and I agree with Reeve Emo with what he just said. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Sidney, but at the end of the year, do we not publish? We have $3,500. Is that not all published somewhere for the public to see? So on there, it could say $15 for breakfast, $350 for a training session, so the public knows what we're spending their money on.
So through the mayor to all of council, that is something that is required by March 31st every year. Actually, the one for 2024 is actually coming to the next meeting. The treasurer's told me, I think it was last week, that she's working on that report. So yes, it is disclosed to the public, so it's not like any of that would ever be not available if somebody wants to know what that $3,500 is spent on. Like I said, I just pulled the wording from sample ones, but it's very easy for us to remove that chunk of that sentence.
Councilor McWhorter.
Through you, Mayor. For all the council, to Reeve Emo's point of permission, 6.1 actually does give the mayor and CAO the authority for permission. I'll just say that statement. 6.3, members who participate in the town's recreational gym membership is a taxable benefit. I'm just wondering, is staff included in that too? If they use the gym, are they given a taxable benefit like T4 for that?
So Through the mayor, under the CRA rules, that would be, so those who do, it is something that should be added to their T4s. The staffing piece of taxable benefits is not included in this bylaw because they follow under another policy, but yes, it would be a taxable benefit.
Any other questions? So before we amend this, I agree with Revimo, and we're all adults. I don't need you, please, Mayor, sign off on this because I went to breakfast. If it's every Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 4 months, then we might have to have a conversation. But, I think everybody has their own ideas of what we want to accomplish. And if you're going to be engaging in conversations that are going to better the town and all that stuff, I don't really feel the need to, have you come and see me. So I'm cool with that. So for the amendment, clerk.
Okay, so that in this part, because we're committee of the whole and it's just the draft before council, I would suggest that the committee of the whole directs staff to remove without authorization from the definition of town business noted in section 4.3.
Okay. So we have a mover for that? Councillor Gree, second by Councillor Anderdick. Any further discussion? Revimo?
To Councillor McWhirter's point, we should probably remove 6.1 or as suggested be amended.
And remove 6.1.
Fully?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just wondering if we could put in a stipulation, though, not alcohol. Like if you're taking somebody out for dinner, it's not in drinks is included. I think that should be in there.
Council good with that? See you?
So through the mayor to all of council, that will probably be a separate clause that we'll put in this section 6 about how alcohol is excluded and prohibited. Or not, excluded from reimbursement. What you choose to do in your own time.
Clerk?
Sorry, on a procedural part for the bylaw, removing the clause entirely does open up the fact that there's no approval process. So I would strongly recommend against that. I understand there's
Yeah.
you might want to.
See you?
So through the mayor, the clerk is correct in the sense that 6.1 is actually referring to once they're submitted in, our process and our procurement policy is that every invoice before paid has to be signed by somebody. So this is indicating that it's either signed by myself or the mayor so that it can get processed through the system. That's what 6.1 is. It's not necessarily that you have to be like, yes, I want to go to this course or I want to go to dinner. It's when it comes in, it requires under our procurement policy approvals by a second person before payment is made. So 6.1 is more to match our procurement policy than it is in relation to approval to go to a specific event or expend something. Does that make sense? Okay.
Sure, I should have caught that.
Through you, Mayor. Sorry, that makes me feel a little better. Okay, that committee of the whole directs staff to remove without authorization from the definition of town business noted in section 4.3, and further that a clause be added under section 6 to address the reimbursement of alcohol.
Do I have a mover? Councillor Agree, seconded by Councillor Anderdick. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. So the first motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend the Renfrew Town Council approve the amendments to the remuneration bylaw as presented and that the amending bylaw be brought to council for approval. We have the mover with Councillor Legree, seconded by Reeve Emo. Any further questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. E.6.2. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council establish terms of reference for the HR liaison position in order to establish what the HR liaison has, all roles and responsibilities of the former HR Committee of Council, including union grievances. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Thank you, Mayor, to all of council. So at the last meeting, we did have a bit of a stalemate, for lack of better terminology, and because of the rules of procedure in our bylaw, neither one of those motions from the last meeting are available for reconsideration, as there is no prevailing side, and only a prevailing side can bring forward a reconsideration of a motion. So when you have a tie, there is no prevailing, and we don't actually specify what to do in those circumstances. So both of those options are completely off the table. So I then went back and looked at some other options that council has, such as establishing a committee again, or having it be just the HR liaison and establishing formal terms of reference so it is very clear as to what that position includes, or having it as just myself. With obviously the county HR support in all of these options. So those were the ones that we're looking at. If council wishes to keep council involved, it's probably easier to keep it with a liaison individual as opposed to a full committee, as committees of council do require to be public agendas, and so we still have to publicly stream until we go into closed. We would have to amend the procedural bylaw to allow a committee to enter into closed meetings. So having just the HR liaison would be a simpler procedural option than a full committee. That said, though, there's also the option that if council's desire as a majority is to have it council not specifically involved, then the option could be with just myself.
Any questions? Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. I guess I'll start by saying I'm a little in awe that this is the third meeting, we're still discussing this. There's no cost to this. It's been working very smoothly. I don't understand why some sitting on council do not want a council member sitting in on these meetings. There is and could be a financial tie to the end of it. It doesn't make sense to me. I asked a question 2 weeks ago if the Mayor Reeve or Councillor Dick would comment on or give me reasons why, and nobody really did at that point. So we're 2 weeks later. I'm just wondering if I can start with the Mayor to help me understand this better, or the Reeve or Councillor Dick.
Sure. So my thing, it's not a personal thing. It's not a personal thing to any member of council. I just feel that I don't believe a member of council should be sitting in on disciplinary meetings for something that may not come to council. Any major staffing issue has to come to council. Financial has to come to council as a whole. And I just think that makes it more, same as when we were doing the hiring process for the CAO, we wanted to be involved. One member of council, regardless of who it is, sitting in a disciplinary meeting about a staff member, council is not responsible to the day-to-day operations of the town. So that's the CAO's role. The CAO manages staff, and our HR from the county that's their role, that's their specialty, and it all comes back to council anyway when it's important. So my opinion is I don't think a member of council should be in a meeting where somebody is getting disciplined that wouldn't come to council. I just don't think that's fair on the staff member. I don't think that's the way, if I was an employee here, I wouldn't, if I was being disciplined for something that's minor, I wouldn't want a member of council sitting in on that so that it doesn't, taint perception or perspective or whatever. That's my opinion. It's not a personal thing. I just don't feel that council should be, now that we have a CAO model, the CAO's role is to manage staff, and then if there's anything that affects council and council needs to make a decision, whether it's financial or termination or whatever it is, it's coming to council anyway. So we'll get the information that we need to get, and I believe that's my take on it. That's how I feel. I don't know if Reeve or Councillor Andrew Dick want to jump in.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I just need to get some questions answered because Mayor Sidney said some things that I wasn't kind of aware of. So Mayor Sidney, you can either answer these or we can pass it over to the CEO. So when there's a discipline, when there is a written warning, verbal warning, who's involved in that? Let's go that way. Verbal or written warning? CEO?
So through the mayor, this report was specifically to grievances, which may or may not be disciplinary. So grievance could be an employee felt they were disciplined unfairly, which would be just managers, or they could feel that something in the collective agreement was not provided in the way that they feel the collective agreement should be defined. An example is they feel they didn't get the right number of sick days because, they didn't provide a medical letter, or they didn't get to get the right number of vacation days because they felt the calculation based off of their anniversary date wasn't in alignment with it. Like, there could be a lot of things that they could potentially be grieving over. It's not always over the discipline. When there's discipline, that is the department heads or their immediate supervisors for verbal warnings, and written warnings is still usually the department head. I'm usually informed of that part, and I'm kept in that piece, but that's not necessarily a piece where is always going to grievance. Grievance is only if the employee feels that it was been done not in accordance with their collective agreement.
Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to jump in on that. So with regards to what Mayor Sidney said, I would think the opposite. If I was a staff member and you've made it to this stage of the game, you're probably not agreeing with the director, and then you have their supervisor, CAO. So I think somebody, a third party, like somebody that's sitting on council, sitting in there in the meetings, hearing their side of their story, I would think that a staff member would encourage that and not, like you said, not. And there could be a financial tag to it, because when you sit in grievance meetings, you kind of decide which way to take it, and it could lead into, depends on which way it goes, right? So, and the CEO can correct me if I said anything wrong, but that's kind of how I take it. So.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Okay, so here's my issue with this, Mayor Sidney, and through you. When we get to that stage, so now I understand, only at the grievance process, we would have an HR liaison come in from council, representing council, which at this time is Councillor Legree. So my concern with having one individual at council in these meetings is the fact that it's one councillor. Okay, whether it's Councillor Legree, myself, or Councillor McWhirter. And Councillor Legree said sometimes there's financial decisions that need to be made. I don't feel in the best interest of the public that we should have one councillor having those conversations, then bringing it back to council and saying, this is what we discussed. Am I okay with having 3 members of council in there? Absolutely, because then we have 3 councillors who can bounce ideas off with the CEO, off with Brady, and I'm okay with that. I just don't feel comfortable having one councillor in there making, and this is hard because you're not making decisions, correct? Or are you making? You are making decisions. So I have an issue with that. I'm just asking. So it's not that I don't trust Councillor Legree, it's just I feel there's 7 of us and we're only having 1 representation in there, so that's where my issue lies. I'm just not, it's nothing to do with Councillor Legree, it's just, yeah.
Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I don't have a problem with, it's not just about me, so I don't have a problem with 3 councillors. Normally, unfortunately, the town has seen a few of these in the last 2 years, and normally what happens is, and the CEO can correct me, but there's not a lot of notification for them, like a couple of days or something, you have to be there. So they get 3 councillors in a room that meets the timeline of the director and Brady that comes from the county, I would think would not be an easy task. So that's the only reason that I don't support 1, and I'll be supporting 2 today. It's just because people, I'm going to support 2, I think. Yeah.
Sorry, number 2.
Yeah, number 2, sorry. That's the only reason I support that one over number 1 is I think the more people you are trying to get together, just as we just did with budget, it makes it a more difficult time. So that's my reasoning on that. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you. If we go with Councillor Dick's direction with 3 councillors, can we somehow have a caveat in there that doesn't limit us where we need all 3 for those quick meetings that take place? Can we have a caveat in there where at least a minimum of 1 can make it? So I'll throw that out.
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor. Just with regards to procedural, so standing committee, right now we have it defined as 3 members of council. When you hit 4, you're at quorum of council, so it becomes a meeting of council. So if you have a standing committee, which the HR committee would be a standing committee by definition, you need at least quorum of that committee there, and those members of council make up that committee. So if you only have 1 member of council show up, you technically don't have quorum. So you would have to have at least a minimum of 2 to proceed with that meeting, because again, council in that situation would be quorum of council, or sorry, quorum of committee.
I just have a quick question for the CEO. What is the timeline from when a grievance is sent to us to when you have to have a meeting? Like,
Step 3 grievance is 10 days notification for us to meet and hear the concerns.
so you have 10 days to organize and pick a meeting date.
That is correct.
Okay.
And have that meeting.
Okay. Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. And I'm not trying to, I just need a quick yes or no so we don't go into this. Just to confirm, the mayor and the reeve are not allowed to be in this, as an HR committee member or liaison?
Clerk Garrett.
Through you, Mayor. Based on decisions made by council in 2024, both the mayor and reeve were removed from all committees.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to know that before moving forward. And then I do have a question for Councillor Degree. Just I'm trying to get my head wrapped around everything before I make my decision. Councillor Degree, you're saying you're going to go with option 2 tonight, which this would not have the CEO directly involved in the grievance process, except at the request of the HR liaison. Just to confirm, when we get to step 3, we're going to remove the CAO, have the HR liaison, and just our Renfrew County HR related matters. I'm wondering if you got the wrong one when you said you were going to support number 2.
CEO.
So through the mayor, so number 2 would be the HR liaison on their own unless they request aid and support from myself or another council or staff member. Number 3 would be the HR liaison and the CAO. Sorry, a 4th one that I didn't put in would be myself on my own without council.
So sorry, Mayor Sidney, I asked Councillor Degree a question. I just would like to get an answer.
Yep.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, that's correct. I think that if it was a little more detailed and stuff, that in this case it would be me that could request that the CEO attend, and I would do that, if I'm reading it right.
So through the mayor, yes, so number 2, it would be upon the HR liaison's request for my attendance.
I could request that the CEO attend, so it would depending on the circumstance, so yes.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
So I'm just going to publicly state where I'm comfortable for this tonight. I'm going to go with number 1. I like the fact we could even go with 2 members. I don't mind doing 2 members of council. So I'm going to make a statement here. 80, maybe 70% of the time, the 7 of us are usually 70%, 80% of the time are on the same page. There's the 20% of the time where we've all seen it, and that's what council's all about. We debate and we do not agree on stuff. But generally speaking, we are most of the times. So I'm okay with 2 or 3 members of council to be on the Air Chair Committee, and I'm okay with the CAO being involved, and definitely we need the Renfrew County Human Resources. That's where I would like to see this go. And that's, I think I'm just going to make that public say. So I'm very flexible. Council agrees very flexible. I don't know if you guys are even interested in this, but I know you're flexible after 9:30. You're flexible most days. I don't know if Councillor Cebulski's interested. I don't know. That's where I'd like to go as option 1, please.
Councillor Cebulski?
Hello. Yeah, through you, Mayor. Listening in, I've been one of the ones that's been opposed, and I've had time to think about it and voice my concern. And my concerns are that I did not want council on this initially as a protection. It's a protection device to make sure that we're not caught up in something that we shouldn't be put into. But one of the other ones, and it could be answered here tonight, is the liaison, if there is a single, the ability to relay the message to the rest of council. If they're liaison, is there a timeline that's being set that they have to provide the information to the rest of council? Or is the information that happens in one of these meetings considered sealed or closed and not able to give to council? Because if the information is provided to one and not available for the rest because it's deemed sensitive information, I don't believe that we should have one representative. I believe we should have none. But if the information can be passed along through the liaison within 24 hours to the rest of council for us to understand what's going on, then I do not have an issue with one liaison at this point.
So I'm going to ask the CAO, like Councillor Cebulski said, is it, confidential and nobody can know about it until it comes back to council, or can we be notified within 24 hours of what's going on?
So through you, council, there's nothing specifically prohibiting so long as it's maintained as confidential information, because there will be some confidential pieces in grievance matters, and that would have to be maintained. It'd be no different than what's shared within a closed meeting agenda.
So there would be sometimes opportunity the council would not be able to be notified of any information, potentially.
Notification can always happen through a closed meeting regardless. So if we establish a terms of reference for the HR liaison that specifies confidential disclosure, or even from the CAO, if the CAO is involved in those meetings to council, then that can be established. Right now we don't actually have a terms of reference for that position, but it could be written in. It would just need to ensure that that confidential information remains confidential when necessary.
Okay, great, thanks. Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So just so I get it all straight, can I put a motion on the floor to accept number 2 with the caveat that Councillor Cebulski said that within 24 hours either the CAO or the HR person updates the balance of council confidentially?
So through the mayor, that could be something we could write into the terms of reference for the position, which is built in there, that we would have to come up with an established terms of reference as well. I can't see why that wouldn't be a problem, that we could write that in, that there'd be set timelines of when disclosure would need to be provided to the rest of council.
Thank you. So can I put that on the floor to vote on?
What's that?
Whenever I hear everybody. Yeah.
Councillor Anderdick, you had something to follow up?
It might be, I'm strongly against, oh, sorry, Mayor Sidney.
Oh, do we? Okay, sorry.
So that's what I thought. I
Yeah,
can't
okay.
talk
My bad.
anymore because a motion's on the floor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. So if Councillor Legree has put a motion on the floor, then we need to deal with that motion, which would need a mover, which is Councillor.
Is my motion there?
It's,
So through the mayor, sorry, the motion that was in the recommendation that has a mover and seconder at the moment is the Committee of the Whole recommends Renfrew Town Council establish terms of reference for the HR liaison position in order to establish that the HR liaison has all roles and responsibilities of the former HR Committee of Council, including the union grievances, and it would be built into those terms of reference. So it technically is the motion that is already on the floor, moved and seconded.
So you don't need to. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. I'm not comfortable with number 2 on the only aspect. I like what Councillor Legree said to add, but I'm not comfortable with not allowing the CAO to be in on the third stage grievances. I believe it is, I'll say these words, it's her staff. She's the boss. She's the CAO. It's her staff in the third stage grievance. I think she should be involved. So I definitely have a problem with that one line. She needs to be involved, in my opinion.
Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So that was the original thing. She was involved, but then we're kind of where we are now. But I just want to remind council that the CEO can be in these meetings. I just have to request it. So it's not that she's not going to be in there. If we have something that I feel that she needs to be involved in, trust me, she will be there, because I agree with Councillor Andrew Dick that county HR and the CEO are definitely need to be part of that. So thank you.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Chair. So what I'm gathering from that, there would be human resource there, plus the HR liaison, whoever that would be, whoever currently is, but not the CAO except upon request, or she could just be there every time as agreed. It doesn't have to be put in here formally. I think I'm okay with that, but I do have a request. I'm wondering if I could put Reeve Emo on the spot. I know he's been chair of HR for a number of years, and in your experience as the liaison for council members, do you find that was good the way it was currently was set up? And did you ever feel that you wish you were one of 12 sitting there, or one of 7 sitting there, or just by yourself seemed to be fine?
So what happened was it evolved to only one person because nobody else was interested. No, seriously. Nobody else was really interested, so it evolved to one person. The struggle, or challenge, struggle is a stupid word. Challenge was that trying to make sure you captured in the meetings what you thought was going to be the individual questions that council was going to bring to you, and we were able to answer them satisfactorily when you went into closed, when there was a report back. So that's the struggle. So the idea of broadening it to 3, it makes sense in terms of being able to get all of what you think are going to be the different opinions all the different opinions of council. Because we all come from different perspectives, and so that the idea of going to 3 makes a lot of sense, and then to try and communicate it out often led to some uncomfortable conversations because you couldn't really give much detail, specifically of why you got to the decision point. That's all, until you got to closed meetings. So it would be a struggle to send out information after a meeting, a closed meeting, without identifying too much, because the gossip is already out there usually about something that's going on. So it's keeping council informed will be a struggle, and trying to represent all of the interests on council will be a struggle. It's not undoable. It's just it's something you have to be aware of, in short.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I'm just going to say it, so there's no surprises when I vote. The more I read, the more I listen. I'm super comfortable with option number 1. I'm going to be supporting option number 1. I just wanted to make that public to everybody, and that's where I'm comfortable at reading all this. So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And I lean towards number 1 also, because I think potentially there's a lot at stake with regard to this. And to the Reeves point, multiple input and perspectives would assist. And if we have the minimum of 2 councillors at least to make it, that gives that option. My only thing with regard to option number 1, is the CAO involved in that, or is that just, can you elaborate on that, please?
CAO?
So through the mayor to council, typically at committees of council, you would have a staff individual who has to take minutes. So usually a clerk would be there, or in this case, it would be the CAO acting with the deputy clerk position that's been included in my job description. So I could be there as the deputy clerk, and then would be involved from that, more from a recording standpoint, but not necessarily from an input standpoint.
Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, sorry, this will be my last comment. So not that I have a problem with number 1. I'll just repeat, I think it's going to be a challenge to get 2 or 3 members there. I see it already now in meetings that I attend, and members are not there. The other thing is, it's almost like, if I was a staff member, it's almost like we're ganging up. Could have 3 councillors, we could have a CEO, we could have, there's a lot of people on one side of the desk. And for me, I don't think that's right. I don't fully agree with Reeve Emo. I think that one councillor there can get the information to the other 6 councillors very easily. Usually there's not a lot that goes back and forth, so I don't know if it's right for 3 councillors to be sitting there in a grievance. I think that's just kind of overkill, to be honest with you. So, and that's the last I'll say on this. Thanks.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering if we could change option 1 to 2 councillors. Councillor Degree is probably right. It's very difficult to get 2 members together, let alone 3 or 4. Again, you're waiting one side of the table if you've got somebody on the other side who's could be very emotionally upset already, and then it could very much look like ganging up. I have never had a problem with 2 members of council bringing back their opinions. I distinctly remember Councillor Degree and Councillor Dick coming back from Hydro telling us the way it was, and I was willing to accept their findings. I trust my members of council to give me the best information possible to make the best decision for the community. So I'm good with 2. I'll just say that. If we could change option 1 to 2, I would be very happy with that.
Through you, Mayor? If I look at the procedural bylaw, definition of committee, which is subject to section 238 of the Municipal Act, is any advisory or other committee, subcommittee, or similar entity of which at least 50% of the members are also members of 1 or more councils or local boards, right? So again, going back to the point is that it is classified as a committee, so there are requirements with regards to notices, how it is broadcast, made, publicized, accountability, transparency, all of those things fall within that. You could have membership of 2, which makes it challenging if one is not there, as long as the staff or other entities, maybe HR, are not exceeding the members of council, right? So if you have 2 members of council plus an HR plus, say, the CAO, you have 4 members, 50% is only representative council. That's why it has been kind of noted in the past to be 3. As I noted before, with quorum, as long as, if you had 3 members of council, as long as 2 are there, you still meet quorum of council. Sorry, quorum of committee in that aspect. So there's a little bit of clarification there. So going back to, oh, sorry. I think that answers the question for, maybe not.
Councilor McCorder?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just heard you say we would, as a committee, they would be subject to live broadcast. That is not a good thing if there's a grievance or there's a specific staff member being, questioned about their job or their skills. I don't see that working. I don't think I would agree with that. I don't think that's right. You do not want to publicize someone being brought up in front of a committee and having their job questioned. I don't think that's right.
Just to clarify that, so yes, the meetings themselves would be open meetings. However, we do, currently our procedural bylaw does not allow us to go into closed with regards to committees. However, in instances where there's identifiable individuals and there's also other stipulations within the Municipal Act, the procedural bylaw would have to be amended, which is what CAO Raybone had indicated before, to allow this committee specifically, being an HR committee, to go into closed for reasonable, so identifiable individual. Why am I not thinking of the other one? It's staff negotiations and employment agreements. Those would all fit within the criteria of the Municipal Act, so you would have justable cause, but you would have to open a meeting, live broadcast, go into closed, and then come back in and report.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Councilor Andrew Dick?
Thanks, Mayor Sidney. Sorry, we're kind of beating a dead horse now, but here's the thing. Let's just do 3. That way, if one can't show up, we have 2 there. If we go with 2 and one can't show up, then I'm going to vote for 3. I'm going to vote for number 1 as it is. It's where I'm comfortable. That's what I'm going to vote for. Thank you.
So, yeah, you.
Perfect. So just to move this along for council, with regards to the procedural end of things, there is a motion, original motion on the floor. That does need to, we're not amending that from the sounds of council's discussion. So in this case, because it's not an amending motion, we would need to put that motion to vote. If it's carried, we move on to the next item. If it is defeated, then a new motion could be put forward, which could be one of the other options provided within the report, or what other option council wishes to put forward at that time.
Councilor Degree.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Can I get a recorded vote on this? Thanks.
Councilor Andrew Dick, you good? So I'm going to read the motion again. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council establish terms of reference for the HR liaison position in order to establish that the HR liaison has the roles and responsibilities of the former HR Committee of Council, including union grievances. We had a mover, we had a seconder. Now I'm going to call for the vote, and Councilor Degree has asked for a recorded vote.
Just clarification, if we vote, I'm really sorry, there's 3 options on the table. There's not.
Clerk?
Sorry, just to clarify, when
Yes.
you mean 3 options on the table, there's this one motion on the table currently.
Yep.
If this motion is defeated, then there are 2 other options in the report that council may wish to choose from, or what other option council would like to present directly, excluding the 2 that were defeated at the last meeting.
So through the mayor, clarity, the one that's right now on the floor for recorded vote is option 2 from the report.
Thank you.
Call the vote.
Okay. Starting with Councillor Legree, as he requested it.
In favor?
Councillor McWhorter.
In favor?
Councillor McDonald.
Against.
Councillor Sobalski.
In favor.
Councillor Dick.
Opposed.
Rivimo.
I'm opposed.
Mayor Sidney.
Opposed?
It is defeated by 4-3. So with that, Mayor, there's another option on the floor.
Yes, so there is 2 other options, so we would need a mover for one of those options and a seconder. Councillor Dick?
Mayor Sidney, thank you. I will make a move for option 1 on this document.
Seconder? Revimo? Any further discussion on, sorry. Okay. So the motion for option 1 is establish an HR committee of council again with established terms of reference with no more than 3 members of council would be the vote. Any further questions on that? Are we looking for a recorded vote? No? All right, no further questions. Nobody asked for a recorded vote. I will now, all in favor of number 1? Opposed? That one has been carried 4-3. Thank you, council. Great discussion.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just to one other clarifying part is that this is a decision in committee of the whole, so this will come forward to council for final resolution next meeting.
How would everybody like to take a 5-minute break? All right. It's 7:41. We'll come back at 7:50. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Council. Moving on to E.6.3, that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council adopt the revised Economic Development Advisory Committee's terms of reference, and further that Council appoints Councillor Andrew Dick as the third member of Council, replacing Councillor McDonald at his own request. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council move forward with the obligations of the auto theft grant responsibility where applicable, in addition to the purchase, installation, and monitoring of the cameras as specified in the grant at a full cost recovery of the assets and ongoing maintenance and service delivery of the system until such time as the grant funding has been fully depleted, and further that staff be directed to bring forward the necessary changes to the corporate video surveillance policy as required. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Revimo, and I will turn it over to Clerk Eric.
Okay, so just kind of giving a little bit of kind of background with the disbandment of the Renfrew Police Service Board that happened back in last April with the change of legislation. There was 3 active initiatives that were funded through provincial grants: the Connection Center, the Situation Table, and the Auto Theft Grant. The province, which initially stated that all these active grants would be transferred automatically to the detachment boards that were created in place of the police service boards, have since re-looked at things, and it has been determined that the towns or townships that were originally responsible for the grants through their police service board, they automatically get transferred to those townships, etc. So with the Renfrew Police Service Board having these initiatives, the transfer of responsibility transferred back to the town of Renfrew. We have, as council, brought through some of this information over the last few months and kind of dealt with on a case-by-case basis. So this is now the auto theft grant one that we're now bringing forward. We had received confirmation, so back in October when I brought forward a report to council about the assets specifically with regards to this grant, being vehicle assets, that we were transferring kind of the responsibility, or at least the liabilities of those assets, to the OPP, and that a memorandum of understanding was signed. At that time, we had indicated that additional aspects of the grant were still under review, and staff was kind of recommended to work with the local detachment commander as well as engage in discussions with the Renfrew Area OPP Detachment Board to explore how this grant could potentially be carried out, and again supported by both the OPP and the detachment board without the involvement of the town. Through conversations with the ministry, it's basically been determined that transfer responsibility cannot be issued to the new, what they're now named as, the South Ottawa Valley OPP Detachment Board, and it does remain with the town. So it is now the town's decision as to whether or not they would like to proceed with the grant and take on the responsibilities of the grant as specified in the original agreement. I have attached that to the agenda package. You'll see the stipulations of the grant. I will note that through review and some changes that have happened both kind of legislatively wise, but it's also internal operations of OPP in general, there are elements of the grant that are no longer able to be administered, specifically as it relates to education and public engagement. However, the components with regards to monitoring as well as using them with part of the investigation component, and again through surveillance, those components of the grant can still be completely funded and kind of carried out with responsibilities of them. So With all that said, I am putting this before council for council to determine whether or not this initiative is something that they want to continue to be involved in, or if it is a request to return any unspent funds to the province and to no longer be involved in the process at all.
Any questions from council? Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I sit on the Police Services Board. Unfortunately, this wasn't a big topic back prior, so I have a couple of questions because I'm just kind of learning about this now. So the police can get video footage when they want. Does that, like, what happens if it's a Saturday or like the office, like where does the hard drive sit? Like, do we know when, like I've got a bunch of questions like that, like, and then what happens everything after 2030? Like we have to keep it operating. Is there a cost to that, to the town? Like once the grant puts everything in, the cameras, all that, it's all hooked up and running, the town needs to fund it and keep it going till 2030. Is there an expense there or kind of questions like that? I don't know.
Clerk?
So I can answer some of the questions with regards to the cameras themselves, and then anything funding, I might either hand it over to the CAO or the treasurer. With regards to the cameras that have been proposed as part of the original work plan are ones that use a secured website to view and to download video if you need it. You will notice in the agenda there is a letter from the OPP Acting Detachment Commander stating how that footage would be used, accessed, and kind of the specifications from that. It does require, because the cameras are from kind of manage the responsibility of the town, we would have to update our current corporate surveillance camera policy. We do have one in place for the town because we do have cameras located at a couple of our facilities. These cameras at the identified locations would be added into that policy. That policy would be brought back for council for kind of discussion and further comment on it. But again, that video footage would be used strictly for an investigation purpose, and they would, as again the letter specifies, have direct access to it. And then I will pass it over to the CAO for.
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Council, we have received confirmation from the interim detachment commander that the grant had built in amounts of funding to cover the ongoing operating costs, so like the electricity required to maintain these cameras up until 2030. So all of those costs are supposed to be included in this grant from what was confirmed to us. So at that time, then it would come to council to determine what council would wish to do after that point, when it would then become potentially a tax-funded option from 2030 on.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you. Is there a deadline to do with this entire situation? Do we have a deadline? I don't mean 2 weeks from now. I mean, is there a deadline?
Clerk?
So currently we are in year 2 of the grant that was originally provided. Year 1, they received, from my understanding, that the Renfrew Police Service Board received confirmation in about January, kind of early February, that they had received the grant funding, and year 1 money had to be spent by March 31st. There was some initial onset of costs and some assets that were purchased at that time. And then year 2 was 2024, ending March 31st, 2025. And then year 3 would be April 1st, until March 31st, 2026. So the province, because of the changes that have happened in legislation and the transfer of responsibility that has kind of been across the board with a lot of these grants moving from police service boards to back to municipalities, the province has provided a bit of leadway to say, like, we understand that this was not originally the town's intent. However, they're giving those opportunities to the town to make these decisions. I would say they are looking for a decision sooner rather than later. We do have an agreement sitting to be signed, but again, it's council's will as to whether or not this project itself proceeds.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, and I just want to make a comment. My own opinion, this seems to be a very complex situation on several levels, and I have numerous questions that I will need explanation and clarification. At this time, I'm not in favor of proceeding, but I do want the opportunity to meet with the CAO and staff to dig further into it, but that's my position at this time.
Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just have, I'm not sure if the treasurer wants to take this or the clerk, but if we were to send the grant back to the government, we would be out 18,500 or?
Treasurer?
We still have to claim the $18,524.61. We do not have funds up front. As we spend the funds, we have to submit a claim. So we still need to claim that amount because it's outstanding to the town.
Okay.
We're not sitting on any funds. It's only on a claim basis. We spend it, we claim it, they give it back to us. We spend it, we claim it, they give it back to us.
Okay.
So they owe us $18,000.
Okay, yeah, perfect, thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Zabalski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It just seems like something that is maybe a little outside of what our scope is and our directive at this time. And it's something that I won't be in support of keeping and maintaining. I believe that we should let this one slide. Thank you.
Any other questions? Vimo?
Yeah, just similar to what my friends across the way have said about who looks after the records, who holds them after 2030, who has the responsibility. And then I think, when I look at the agreement, A21B, where it talks about the recipient represents, warrants, and covenants that it has, and will continue to have the expertise and experience necessary to carry out the project. I don't think we have that. So I think I'd have a tough time saying yes to this today because I don't know what it is we're agreeing to. I don't know how many cameras. I don't know how they were purchased. I don't know if there was a process or if somebody went down to Best Buy and bought, on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day or Black Friday before that. So I don't know any of those things. I also struggle with just handing over the video just to the OPP. I understand that they might need them for investigation, but I think there has to be a process so that they're signed off and there's a receipt or something. So there's a few things. I'm not against the idea. I'm just a little nervous about how this has come to us, and I don't have enough history on it. So if we could slow walk this a little bit, I like the idea of forming a committee to govern it a little bit. But I couldn't say yes today. I might say yes 6 weeks from now once I get more information, or 4 weeks from now, or 2 weeks from now, but not today.
Clerk?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So I can completely understand Council's concerns that have been brought forward. Certainly, this was something that was put onto the town. I know it's been challenging as a staff member dealing with it, not on the onset, but really as things kind of got handed over, and add in the confusion and the interesting challenges that we've experienced with the legislation and the disbandment of both the Renfrew Police Service Board, but then also the creation of the new detachment boards. So I fully understand, like I said, the confusion, the note, and the digging into find more information. From what I can say of what has happened to date, when the Police Service Board was awarded the money, they underwent their procurement and how they did that, how they spent and procured those assets. I can't speak directly to, other than the fact that I do know that they have minutes, and I do know they have kind of some approval through their minutes Those assets were purchased prior to any type of involvement. As soon as the disbandment of the Renfrew Police Service Board happened, and the town kind of was made aware that these transfer responsibilities could not go to the detachment board, we called halt to everything and that nothing proceed until such time as we could kind of, better term is sort everything out. At this point in time, again, I do know that the responsibility is transferred to the town. How council wishes to deal with it is completely up to them. The steering committee is definitely an option that's been put forward, and certainly council can either defer a decision to gather further information. They could look at creating that steering committee to then review some of the information. So there is options available, or again, if council's will, can say, we do not want this, and go through the process of dealing with the assets that are currently purchased, as well as dealing with the expenses that have been incurred and would need to be reimbursed.
Does it agree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I fully agree with the Reeve and Councillor Sobalski. There's a lot of unknowns here. I guess my question would be, like, is this, so Grant started with the old Police Services Board, and they did some of the stuff with contracts and stuff. Like, with the town taking this on, are we responsible for what happened in the past? Not that I'm saying anything bad, I'm just saying, is there an audit? Can we get an audit done on it to see where it is? Or I just don't want to, I wouldn't want to take this on and have the, if something went south, and have the town responsible for.
Treasurer?
So all the invoices have gone through the town, and the Police Services Board then applied for the grant monies that were expensed and reimbursed to the town. So we have all of those. When the assets were purchased, we wrote the check for the purchase, and they reimbursed us through this auto theft grant. There is an agreement with regards to those assets that at the end of the term, those assets become municipally owned. So there is, I don't know how that's going to fare out with regard to what happens if we don't complete the full grant process. I think we may have to look into that to see, because we're not keeping them for 5 or 6 years, and then taking them back into the town's ownership. So it is, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, I agree, but as far as audit is concerned, everything flowed through the town, so we have all of those, that paperwork. And what has been reimbursed to date has been given by the grant, and it's just this outstanding amount that we should apply for before the end of March for sure, because that's when their year end ends. And then if the town chooses to move forward into 2025, 2026 year for this grant, then that would be a different story, but we definitely need to apply for this, the outstanding amount right now.
Councillor Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. I guess my first question to Mayor Sidney is, when do we have to decide if we're taking over this grant money to do with the cameras? When's the drop date? Like, when do we have to decide?
Clerk?
Further to the treasurer's comment, I believe that in order to get reimbursement for the $18,000 that's currently outstanding, the town technically has to take on responsibility and then sign the agreement. However, through discussion, it can be noted that, and that would be before March 31st. However, it can be noted that we will not be continuing with the program. The ministry is giving us some flexibility in these types of situations because, again, these responsibilities are getting placed on the municipality without what we would classify as a normal flow of process, right? Council was not involved in this from the onset because it was not a town-led initiative. Council is now being handed the responsibility of it. The town now has opportunity to determine how they want to deal with it. However, as Treasurer Jackson has noted, that we do have an amount outstanding, and I think the town would like to see reimbursement for that amount outstanding.
So I'm just wondering, before I jump into more questions, would council be okay or wanting to table this for 2 weeks to allow us to get the answers we were looking for and bring it straight to council in 2 weeks from now? Or like, because I think everybody has lots of questions. So we could sit and go around in circles here all night long, but nobody's going to have the answers to all the questions. So I'm just wondering if that would be something. Councillor Anderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and thank you for allowing me to just make a comment, because so I have saw the cameras, and there's something else. They're like state of the art. They did, the old police service board invited all of us to go to this presentation, and anyways, I did go, and the cameras are amazing. I hear what everybody's saying. There's lots of questions. Ultimately, in my opinion, right off the cuff, and I'd have to do some more research and have more conversations, I'm in favor of this, and I think we should move forward on this. But I think a lot of questions need to be answered so my friends can be more comfortable with this. I just think this is a huge feature for the town of Renfrew, and I made the comment today, if a child was kidnapped and these cameras were in place, and that camera identified the car that took the child, and that saved the child's life, it would be worth it. But do we want to be the council that says no to these cameras, and then that happens, and somebody says to us, we should have had the cameras there? Again, I appreciate everybody, and I do agree with everybody who has stated what they needed tonight. We need more information. I would love for us to all approve this tonight to go to council and have all council members talk to the CEO and the staff and get their questions answered. I just don't want to kill it tonight, if that's okay. Thank you.
McDonald.
Thank you to you, Mayor, and potentially to the clerk. We talked about the 18,000 that's outstanding now, and you mentioned something, I think I got you right, that we need to sign on in order to get that back, but then we can get out of the contract. Is that correct?
Clerk?
It's a bit of a gray area. So again, before initiating and signing anything, I do think that it would be due diligence to ensure that we have a full understanding of what the obligations are of the town. At this point in time, I do know that the province is not releasing any further funds at all until the agreement is signed. However, I do feel it's in the best interest to ensure that both like the CAO and Treasurer, we have confirmation that if we do take the next step, what is the town's obligation for the remaining part? So that's a question I can't answer tonight, but I can assure you nothing will be signed until we have that answer.
I just want to remind council, we're in committee of the whole, right? So this is just to get it to go to council in 2 weeks from now. Just before I go over there. Similar to what Councillor Anderdick said, the world we're living in right now, this is an opportunity for the town to get something we can't afford, to be honest. And you know, it's with the graffiti and everything else that's been going on in town, I think it's, but I have tons of questions too, but I'm just kind of on the same idea as Councillor Anderdick, so. Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I agree, cameras are kind of the thing of everywhere now. But there is some questions, so I don't know if, I think it was Councillor McDonald or something said, can we put this off, or do we just leave it because it's going to come to council anyway now? But I'd like staff to come back with a little bit more information, like what the clerk said and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if we want to just push this off to the next committee of the whole and then have another fulsome discussion and then bring it to council, or if it just...
We only have till March 31st.
True.
We can, well, if we approve it, it's still going to go to council in 2 weeks, and that gives us the opportunity to get the answers before we approve it. So like, that's one way to get it to council. Councillor Anderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I'm going to make a suggestion to all council members here tonight. We all have questions. We pass this through tonight to council, and then each individual, we should all individually email the staff, appropriate staff, ask those questions, and then with all the questions we ask the staff, they can bring all those answers back at our council meeting. We can have another healthy debate, and then we can decide that night, if that pleases my friends.
Any other questions or comments? So there's one more option. We can defer it, and then it can go to council and be passed there, and that still gives us the time. If nobody's comfortable on voting on this tonight, from a committee of the whole perspective, we defer it, and then it goes to council in 2 weeks from now, and we just take it straight to council and vote on it there, and that still gives us the 2 weeks. So it's either we vote on this and it goes to council anyway, or we defer it and it goes to council anyway. So. Okay. So we got a motion on the table, on the floor, I should say. So we have this mover and a seconder. Any other further questions? All in favor? Opposed? So that's 4 or what's that? 5 to 2.
Yeah.
That passes. On to policy review, training and development. The committee of the whole recommend that the Renfrew Town Council approve the recommended amendments to the training and development policy, and further that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward for approval. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, second by Reeve Emo, and I will hand it over to CAO Raymond.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to all of council. So this is the start of some of the policies that will be coming through for council's review to ensure that they are updated and kept current with all of our needs of the town. Most of the changes that you'll see in the proposed document focus a lot on like updated organizational changes, position title differences, that type of item. Also, since we switched to Aqua for our water and wastewater contracts, we no longer need to make a requirement that we maintain a set number of certified water certifications with our staff. So we've removed that mandatory requirement. We strongly also, though, encourage any of those staff who are interested would be assessed on an independent basis by the directors as to how it would benefit the town, but we no longer need that mandatory minimum amount. So that's where most of the changes were focused. If there are other changes that council would like to see, this is the best time to ask for those changes to happen, as we're already looking at the amendments. If there's no other changes, I will also take any other questions.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. On to E.6.6. That the committee of the whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council approve the suggested amendments to the sale and disposition of surplus land policy, and further that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward. Mover, Reeve Emo, second by Councillor Legree, and I will hand it over to Director Withers.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So just in undertaking the review of this policy, it was identified there are a number of opportunities for clarity and just some improved guidance in terms of exactly how the surplus process is to be taken place. In doing and undertaking the review, I drew on 4 policies from 4 other municipalities and drew upon what I believe were the best parts of each. Policy is currently drafted. An Appendix A includes a red line revised version. It's currently drafted. I would submit is much clearer and provides, I think, both staff and council with appropriate guidance when it comes to surplus land. If there are any questions, I'm happy to respond. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you and obviously to the Director. With regard to Section 2, applicant-initiated land disposal, are we locked in there? Because what I'm thinking, if someone approaches us, should we not retain an option to seek other individuals in terms of the market?
Director Withers.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Sidney. So this just establishes a process whereby an applicant can come forward further along in the policy, it identifies the normal course by which council will dispose of its land holdings. The applicant-initiated land disposal is just one potential option, but it's just there to provide guidance in the event someone does come forward to provide a process for council to dispose of that request. Thank you.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Second question, again, through you, Mayor, to the Director. Section 8 exemptions, basically 1.1 A and B. Can you just clarify what that means? We got exemptions, but they get into policies and the Municipal Act and all that, so just a quick explanation of what that's for.
Thank you, and through the chair. So there's specified exemptions in the Municipal Act. Municipal capital facilities, perhaps the CAO has some clarity on that. B is just tax sales. So there's a prescribed process for tax sales under the Municipal Act, so they would not be subject to this policy. Thank you.
Any other questions? Review.
I think I had the answer when I looked at it again, but I want to make sure. So when it says market value, it talks about the, means the estimated price that a property would bring on the open market, Okay, so it says a written opinion of market value. So we know that when we're calculating the contribution in lieu of recreation land, that it's the value of the property the day before the plan of subdivision is approved. So it's a lump sum as opposed to 64 lots. So is that the same thing that we're stuck with in terms of the value, or does 3.3, the notwithstanding the foregoing, council shall have the absolute authority to determine the selling price of the land? So if the block of land is worth $100, but when you put 50-lot subdivision in there, it's worth $200, so we can determine it should be sold for $200 as opposed to $100, just to oversimplify it. Is that how I understand this?
Director Brothers?
Yes, thank you, through Mayor Sidney. So if I understand the question correctly, you're asking, is it the same as the process in the Municipal Act, and can council establish an alternate value based on what the anticipated value would be? Yeah, absolutely. So this is not bound by the Planning Act in terms of the valuation of the property for the purposes of surplus land disposal. The Planning Act defines particular points in time by which land has to be valued for the purposes of certain things, including parkland dedication. You're quite right. This is quite different from that process. The other thing I would say is that under 1.6 of the policy notes council reserves the right to undertake activities to increase the value of lands prior to appraisals and or land sale. So I think you would have some difficulty in convincing someone to purchase land based on what, through their efforts, the land could be worth, and convince them to pay that amount. I think what you probably are more likely to do is improve the land prior to an appraisal taking place, would be my guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Call the vote. Oh, sorry, Councilor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. And to you, I just want clarification with regard to proceeds of sales. And I know there's can be several different options with regard to that, but does it always resort back to council to decide where we want to go, or is that something we should put in there too, that council makes that decision? So I'll throw that out. Is it just a one of those options where it just automatically goes to council to decide what happens?
CAO?
So through the mayor to all of council, if it's not written down anywhere, then yes, the proceeds decision would always be council's every single time. If council wanted to always see it go into a reserve, then you would need to specify that either in a policy or set a separate bylaw or a motion or a resolution that would state that. But absent of any of those, it would automatically be a council's decision, usually as part of a budgeting process when we know that there might be potential land sales sales, or if there's some where somebody's approached us about one that we didn't think we were going to sell. Council goes through the process, decides they will sell, we get proceeds that were unexpected. At that time, it would be an individual decision at council when you're deciding whether or not you'd sell, what would happen with those proceeds.
Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. That Renfrew Town Council rise from the Committee of the Whole. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, second by Councillor Degree. All in favor? That's carried. We are at a Committee of the Whole at 8:27. All right, moving on to external boards. F.1, Renfrew County Council Summary, February 20, I'm going to do the three in a row. Renfrew County Council Summary, February 2025, Renfrew County and District Health Unit, Medical Officer of Health, February 25th, 2025, and F.3, Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus Updates. I will turn it over to the Reeve.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, very quickly, the county updates. If you look at page 2, Renfrew County and District School Board made a presentation, and you can see the presentation through the link. It was a very good presentation, talked about how many students they had, and for the first time in a number of years, they actually have a positive uptick in their numbers. Their numbers are going up for enrollment as opposed to down. They did talk a little bit about their struggles on transportation, that they were going to have to lobby longer and harder, and we're requesting some help from the community because the transportation monies they received are not enough to effectively transport kids to school from the rural areas. They also made note of their some of their long-term plans for school refurbishment or rebuilds are stuck in the ministry, and it takes approximately 10 years to get an approval. We talked a little bit about the county budget. It's $236 million, 5.5% levy. I can offer more detail in the future if you wish. And page 3, there was a note about the MESA program. We received $216,000 from the ministry for ending encampments, and we were able to convince the ministry to allow us to keep the money because we had gone ahead and done some things prior to the announcement of the program. So we're very happy to have that. With regards to the health unit, a lot of information, but I think one of the most significant pieces is that as of February the 7th, there had been no opioid deaths reported. So fingers crossed, we'll continue to have a good year. And 335 kits were handed out for naloxone, which is an increase of over the 143 that were handed out the year before. And so there's a number of other points in there, but those are the things I pulled out very quickly for you. And with regards to Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the priorities and the conversations that are going on about the tariff issues.
Any questions for the Reeve? Hearing none. F.4, Renfrew Public Library Board meeting, January 27, 2025. Councillor Degree, do you have anything?
Through you, Mayor, I was actually at another function that night, so I didn't attend, but minutes are attached for council's review. Thanks.
Any questions, you could reach out to Director Latondras as well. Moving on to G. The Renfrew Town Council confirmed the minutes of the regular meeting of council dated February 25th, 2025, and the closed meeting minutes of February 25th, 2025, understanding that they remain confidential. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Following is H.1 down to H.6 is all information. Council have any questions on any of those or what? Hearing none, so we'll continue on to resolutions. Matters arising from Committee of the Whole. The Renfrew Town Council adopt the following resolutions considered in Committee of the Whole on February 25th, 2025. Number 1, the Renfrew Town Council enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Renfrew District Food Bank in regards to the community gardens. Number 2, that Renfrew Town Council appoint 1 council member and 1 staff member to a 2025 Citizen of the Year Award working group consisting of 1 council member, 1 staff member, 2 anonymous community members, and 1 anonymous local business owner. And further, that Renfrew Town Council authorize the council member and staff member to exclusively select the 3 remaining committee members who will serve as the selection committee for the 2025 Citizen of the Year. Number 3, that Renfrew Town Council approve the suggested amendments to the electronic monitoring of employee policy, and further that the appropriate bylaws be brought forward. 4, that Renfrew Town Council approve the suggested amendments to the rights to disconnect policy, and further that the appropriate bylaw is brought forward. And 5, that Renfrew Town Council adopt the 2025 corporate work plan and goals as amended. Any questions on these? Any clarification? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mover, please. Councillor Legree. Second by Councillor Andrew Dick. Any? Okay, so we're going to just go into number 2 for a second. We need to clarify the council member and the staff member. Personally, I would like to suggest that council give that authority to the CAO to pick the staff member. And then I believe there was only 1 member of council that was interested in being on it. So, you said it?
Sure. Through you, Mayor. Based on the expression of interest that was released to all of council after the last meeting, I have 1 member express interest, which was Councillor Legree. So at this point in time, he is the only one that has put his name forward. So if council is willing, we can appoint that. And then I guess to Mayor Sidney's point, if council wishes to delegate the authority to the CAO to select the staff member, that can be done as well, but I would need a motion for both.
You passing that motion? Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Recorder? Everybody in favor of the CAO selecting staff member? That's carried. Thank you, council. There's nothing direct from moving on to bylaws. That bylaws listed on the agenda of March 11, 2025 be taken as read and passed. 19-2025 amended electronic monitoring of employee policy. 20-2025 establish and amend rights to disconnect policy. 21-2025 Citizen of the Year Award Working Group terms of reference, and 22-2025 Memorandum of Understanding Renfrew District Food Bank. Sorry, before we do that, again, I have to go back and close off the other one. Oh, I got to call the vote for the 1 to 5, and we broke it off to go to number 2. Now we need to vote on 1, 3, 4, and 5. So, all in favor? Thank you, council. Sorry about that. Now I got to repeat the bylaws. That bylaws listed on the agenda of March 11, 2025 be taken as read and passed. 19-2025 amended electronic monitoring of employees policy. 20-2025 established and amended rights to disconnect policy. 21-2025 Citizen of the Year Working Group terms of reference. 2022-2025 Memorandum of Understanding Renfrew District Food Bank. Mover. Councillor Legree, seconder. Councillor Recorder. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. On to motions which have been previously given. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring forward a fulsome report on the town's reserve accounts with the total budget indicated for all accounts identified before budget deliberation begins. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions? Councillor Andrew Dick, you want to?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you and to my fellow councillors. I think this is important. I think over the last 2.5 years, we've heard so many times staff say, we're going to take the money out of the reserves, we're going to take the money out of this reserves, but we never know what the reserves are. I remember before Treasurer Jackson's time, I asked numerous times how much was in the reserves, And I always got told, we'll send you an email, and that email never came. So I was like, you know what, before this budget talks, I think it's important that all of us know where our reserves are at and in each department. And so hopefully that's all I want. I would just like that before we vote on our budget. Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. On to K.2. That Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO and Mayor to schedule one-on-one conversations with each member of Council to seek their advice and preferred direction in regards to the 2025 budget. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and I'll be quick on this because I kind of already spoke on this. I think it's important that we all have a conversation with the Mayor and the CAO on this topic.
I think it's a great suggestion, and it's already started, so just so you're... all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Dick's budget public meeting schedule. That Renfrew Town Council directs staff to schedule the 2025 budget public meeting after the draft budget has been completed, ensuring that the public has adequate time to review the draft budget, fill out the public survey, and come forward with any comments. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, seconded by Councillor Legree. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, and again, Mayor Sidney, this is important to me, and I know from looking at the Treasurer's schedule tonight that some of this is already going to take place. We are going to have the first budget come through. This is super important for the public to be able to see the draft budget, and I do apologize to the Treasurer a little bit on this because I didn't know the schedule when I made this motion, and that's okay. It's super important that the public see the budget, then they have time to do the survey, then they have time to come to a public meeting and to stress their concerns, and I hope my fellow councillors will support this motion. Thank you.
Any other questions on that? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to K.4, that Renfrew Town Council approve a hiring freeze for all positions with the exception of firefighters, chief administrative officers, town clerk, treasurer, and summer students for the remainder of 2025. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Turn it over to Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. This might generate some conversation, so I'll go a little slower on this one. I think this is important for us as councillors to take a step back. We know last year's levy was high. We're unsure what's going to happen this year, and I think that is why we need to take proactive measures on doing and taking responsibility and showing the public that their money is in our best interest. And on speaking with some of my mentors, I would say they are, it was brought to my attention that I don't think we're allowed to do a hiring freeze on firefighters, and I would never do that anyways, because if a firefighter does retire or leave, we do need to replace him. Again, the chief administration officer, we got her locked in obviously till she retires, but just in case she decides she wants to retire early and she wins the lottery, we will need to replace her. Again, with town clerk, we have her until she retires. Again, if she wins the lottery and decides to retire we need to replace her. And again, with the treasurer, if she wins the lottery in the next if she wins the lottery in the next few weeks, we need to be able to replace them. And then of course the summer students, I spoke with a member and they informed me that we get many grants to hire the summer students, and I think it's important to have the summer students to help cover holidays and stuff like that and do some great projects. And another thing that I wanted to talk about the summer students, and this is important to me, and it should be important to all of us, and I hope it is. These students are coming back to their hometown to work. They could work anywhere. Some of them are in North Bay and Kingston and maybe Halifax or Vancouver, but they're choosing to come back to Renfrew to work, and hopefully they love the town so much that when they graduate, they're going to stay in Renfrew. So I think it's important we keep that going, and I would love to hear, if there's any other comments from my friends, what their thoughts are on this. Thank you.
Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I agree with Councillor Andrew Dick. I would like to put an amendment, though. I know you've listed a few people here, but I would like to amend it that any hiring come to council with a background of if we don't replace that person at the time, how it impacts the town and the residents. And I'll give you an example. If the CBO was to retire or leave, he's not listed here, but then do we not issue any building permits for the rest of the year? So I think so I agree with Councillor Dick, but I would like to see if an employee retires or leaves or whatever, that comes to council with a background of how it affects the town so we can make a full decision with that information. So.
And the CBO was actually legislated, so that further to that. So, yeah. So we have an amendment brought forward.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Just to clarify that amendment, if that's being put on the table. If it's an amendment, we can't change the intent of the motion, so it would need to be an add or subtract words or replacement of. So I would say that the Renfrew Town Council amend the following motion to replace, with the exception of firefighters, chief administrative officer, town clerk, treasurer, and summer students, with the wording, except for those approved by a justification report brought forward to council on a one-time basis, or something thereof. So the full motion would read, technically, that Renfrew Town Council approve a hiring freeze for all positions with exception for those approved by a justification report brought forward to council on a one-time basis.
So if I paraphrase that, my understanding would be that somebody, and I'll use somebody, Director Withers decides he wants to go somewhere else. The planner isn't listed here. So this would mean we have a zero hiring policy, which means we don't hire a planner. I think what Councillor Degree, if I understand correctly, is any staff member that leaves that would come back to us with a justification on why we should hire somebody new to fill that position, whether it's legislatively or because we need it, or council could say, well, do we really need it, and then we're not going to replace that position. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. So Councillor Andrew Dick, do you?
I'm okay with the amendment on that. It's bringing the authority to council to have a fulsome discussion whether we need a planner.
On any position?
On any position.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're okay with that? Do you have a question in regards to the amendment?
I'm just wondering if you could add at the box, on the end of that, prior to hiring. You could hire someone and then bring back a justification to say we hired them because we thought it was the right thing to do. I'd like to see prior to hiring on the very end there, if that's okay with everybody.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
We put the amendment on the table.
Okay. So, do you?
Through you, Mayor. So if we want to put that, if Councillor Legree is in agreement to that amendment, Revimo is going to laugh at me for a moment, with that a friendly amendment to note the addition of the additional wording, but I would need it moved and seconded to put the amendment on the table for discussion.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Degree moves it. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Andrew Dick seconded it. Any further discussion on the amendment? I heard Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you. No, I agree with the amendment, and I'm glad we're putting this forward. To get town approval for any hiring, and we go by case. I think it's really important we look at efficiencies throughout our town, and I don't believe we should micromanage, but I believe at this time that's what's required as we move forward, so I'm in favor of this.
Any other questions? Review?
It's not a question, but I agree, and I think it fits with one of the things we talked about when we did the corporate work plan was that, the staff would be directed to take a look at efficiencies internally and externally at the same time. So, I think this is in keeping with that. And we did talk about a business plan being brought forward at the same time. So, yeah, this is in keeping with that.
Any other questions, comments? So we're voting on the amendment.
And then vote on.
All right, so all in favor of the amendment? That's carried. So that the original motion. So the original motion as amended. A mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. The original motion was already moved and seconded, so moved by Councillor Dick and seconded by Councillor MacDonald. So my recommendation would be to call the vote to close that loop, that motion be approved as amended.
All in favor? Carried, thank you.
Good job. Sorry.
The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to review and report back to council on the pros and cons of demolishing the taxi bylaw within the town of Renfrew. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And just to my friends, my fellow councillors here, just to make something clear, tonight's not the night we're going to debate whether we get rid of the taxi bylaw or not. Tonight we're just asking the staff, to go look at the benefits of keeping the taxi bylaw or getting rid of it, the pros and cons. Just real quick, gentlemen, I've done some really good research on this, and I'm very excited that the staff's going to come back with some really good suggestions for us, and hopefully then we can have a really wholesome discussion on the taxi bylaw at this time. I'm just asking you guys to support this, that the town staff go and look at this. Thank you.
Any questions on that? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Council. K.6. That Renfrew Town Council, in preparation of the 2025 budget, directs staff to bring forward an informational report on what the town's current debt load is in regards to debentures, loans, and other financial liabilities, including annual repayment amounts, with the exclusion of the Mattaway expansion project, and further that the staff be directed to bring forward a separate report noting what has already currently been financed and proposed financing or debentures as it relates to the Mattaway expansion project. Mover, please. Councillor MacDonald, second by Councillor Legree. Turn it over to Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. I think it's self-explanatory, Mayor, through you. I think it's self-explanatory, and I feel moving forward, this could be incorporated into an annual budget deliberations, which is the next motion that's going to be coming forward. Thank you.
Any other questions? Call for the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to Councillor MacDonald, 2026 budget strategy. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff, after the conclusion of the 2025 budget and prior to the 2026 budget deliberations, to bring forward a strategy and incorporates a methodology approach to the annual budget cycle deliberations, and further that this be done in consultation with Council prior to the final report. Mover, please. Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you. And thanks to Councillor Dick for bringing forward several motions tonight. This was the impetus behind my motion. During last year's budget process, I had thought there must be a better way, a better methodical way to achieve accountability and transparency during the budget processes. The following are examples of issues that we could potentially be looking at and incorporated as we move forward. We could be looking at reserves and allocation updates, debt load updates, schedule and format for public meetings, one-on-one meetings with the mayor and the CEO prior to budget deliberations, and providing full-time equivalency and part-time equivalency updates for the previous 4 to 5 years as we move forward. That would always be reloading. Looking at annual efficiencies, updates, and organizational charts, and perhaps even multi-year budget options. But I think there's as we come out of the 2025 budget and itemize and identify several different issues, we can incorporate that into something moving forward to keep it nice and clean. Thank you.
Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Point 8, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring forward a report on the amount of roads, kilometers that were paved in the last 5 years, the amount of kilometers that were in design in 2024, the amount of kilometers that are being proposed for design 2025, for construction in 2026, the amount of kilometer roads that are set for construction in 2025 before budget deliberations begin. Mover, please, Councillor Andrew Dick, seconded by Councillor Legree. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and my fellow councillors. This is another information, a question that I've asked numerous times in the last 2.5 years and have never got an answer. Therefore, this is why it's being a motion. The reason I feel this is so important for a motion and for us councillors to have this information, the first one obviously being we need to make decisions on projects moving forward because we all ran on fixing roads in this town. So we need to know that information. We need to be able to decide if we're going to do the tax levy at this high because we want to pave more roads. We need this information. Another reason is obviously the roads in our town are a huge discussion, a topic point anytime we go out to dinner, when we're out at the Mattaway, wherever we go, this is what's brought to our attention by the public. And we don't have any information to tell them. I don't have the information to say to them, hey, did you know in 2023 that the previous town council, they paved 10 kilometers of roads. Then in 24 they did this, and in 25. And I did get some information the following week because this past week because I was doing some follow-up with a resident. And we've designed a lot of roads in the last year, and we've paved a lot of roads. But off the cuff, we don't have that information for the public. And I think it's super important that we have this and determining moving in 2026, 27, 28, 29, 30, and so forth, we know exactly how many kilometers of roads we should be paving. Design, pave, design, pave. So hopefully council will support this and we get this information within the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. There is no motions requiring suspension of the rules. Notice of motion. Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I'll be bringing forward a motion to the next regular meeting of council to direct staff to bring forward an external comprehensive consultants report on staffing and an organizational review for the 2026 budget, and the council postpone any staff adjustments until the consultants report can be reviewed fully by council. Thank you.
Any other notice of motions? Seeing none. Moving on to N. That Renfrew Town Council convene in closed session with the authorized staff remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001. Section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Section 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Section 2392D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose. Section 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, more specifically how it relates to potential lease agreement for public works town garage, CK, recruitment of manager of engineering and asset management, BD, legal opinion pertaining to a building tenant, litigation matter pertaining to injury sustained on municipal property, matter pertaining to an investigation. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. All in favor? That's carried. We are now in closed session at 8:56. We will take 2 minutes while we, no, 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Council, for that great discussion. We have 5 things we need to rise and report from. Number 1, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to bring back further information on proposed options for the Public Works Garage. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That's carried. Number 2, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to follow directions provided during closed in relation to legal opinion pertaining to a building tenant. Mover, please. Revimo, second by Councillor McWhorter. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Number 3, the Renfrew Town Council directs staff to offer the position of Manager of Engineering and Asset Management as directed and closed. Mover, please. Revimo, second by Councillor Degree. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to follow direction provided closed session related to a litigation matter pertaining to injuries sustained on municipal property. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? It's carried. And the last one, the Renfrew Town Council received a report from a concluded investigation. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Revimo. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Upcoming meetings. Regular Council meeting on March 25th, 2025, 5:30. Economic Development Advisory Committee, April 14th, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Mayor Sidney, can I also just note that based on Council's discussion today, we are adding in a public meeting, a budget meeting on April the 1st at 9:30 a.m. And then also the public meeting that will be held for the budget for the draft will be on April the 8th as part of the regular meeting of Council at 5:30, starting at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you. The Renfrew Town Council adopted confirmatory bylaw 23-2025, and that'll be taken as read and passed. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, second by Councillor Andrew Dick. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. We are now adjourned at 11:12 p.m. I appreciate Council's endurance on this one. Have a good night.